39 for the Gators. Neither team has really done particularly well at the plate so far. Pitching has dominated, but
all right, y'all. It's A-Fizzle here, and it is game time.
It is. The star
for the Gators,
turned down the Red Sox.
The baseball edition, going against Miami Hurricanes. And I'm not going to really get into the Florida Miami thing too tough. Only thing I'm just going to say is I'm very glad that at least Florida and Miami can still play each other annually in baseball, because this is a good rivalry. You know, in-state rivalry. You know, these two teams should be playing each other in every sport every year. But enough about that. Should be an interesting game. Rubber match right here. Miami took the first game on Friday. I think it was 4-2. Then Saturday, Florida just scrubbed Miami 8-1. So here we go. First pitch is underway. I'm just trying to change this. Just trying to quickly change the name of this title. So give me 1 second, and I'll be able to pay attention.
Halter, a sophomore at Jacksonville, Florida.
All right, so Kobe Halter is up the bat for the Gators. He's a sophomore. He says out of Jacksonville. He's already behind 8 ball, no balls, 2 strikes. Down low, ball 1. And at least I get baseball somewhere. Y'all know I'm going with that. Anyways, definitely want this series. I always want to beat Miami and FSU in baseball. You know, play FSU down later on down the line. And one thing I did want to point it out to a Hurricanes fan a couple years ago. I said it would be nice if like Florida and Miami can do like Florida and FSU, like play each other. Oh, we got a hit already. Halter with the single. But yeah, I would like to see Florida and Miami do like Florida and FSU, like play one game in Gainesville, then play one game at Coral Gables, and then have like a neutral site game in Orlando or Tampa, something like that each year. That would make the rivalry even more amazing. Cause like how Florida and FSU they play, Florida and FSU they play one game in Gainesville, one game in Tallahassee, and then they have that having a brain fart. Neutral site game in Jacksonville. Meanwhile, Judd Fabian is up the bat. This dude is a beast. He's gonna really dominate in the MLB. I can see it now.
For the Gators out of Ocala, of course, one of the other ones is his brother Derek Fabian, the third baseman.
Oh, I gotta share this out.
There are 2 things in Ocala.
Ball 1.
And baseball. South of Gainesville. This Fabian family, boy, are they talented. I mean, you look at Judd, and he's got all the tools and athleticism you'd ever want to prospect. I tell you what, you watch his younger brother Derek, which we're going to see here in a little bit. He is something to behold as well. A big-time prospect in his own right. What a break for the Gators.
Ball 2.
Get Fabian back. Remember, he was the number 40 overall.
Yes, Halter's at first. Fabian's up to bat. Warriors just need to get started early. I haven't really had a chance to catch it the first 2 games because obviously they weren't on TV. It's like the first Florida game that's been on TV this year. So.
Judd might be coming back. Obviously, he and this Gator squad very glad that he did.
Ooh, up top.
Well, and catches the corner for strike 2.
Oh, they call it strike 2.
At least a piece of that puzzle was to have the opportunity to play with his little brother. And you got to believe that's pretty cool for the Fabian family. But also, Judd felt like he had something to prove. Him and his agent Scott Morris felt like he was a first-round pick, a top 10 pick.
All right, Judd. So let's get it, dude. Let's get a home run. Two.
He's as productive as any hitter in the country. But the swing and miss rate.
They're trying to catch Hawks off guard. Failed on that note.
In the first round. Already punched out 11 times this year, but he has drawn walks. And of course, the power has been.
Just don't strike out, Judd. Nice hit. Let's go. So Halter should get the 3rd if he doesn't go home. And he may go home. He's going to go home. And the Gators are going to score.
Cut off, and the Gators strike first. An RBI double by Fabian. That's a fascinating at bat by all fastballs. and then he gets one.
They changed that score.
Does it change up or what? But something out over the middle that we did not see a single break.
Well, you got to play good defense. Where's the bottom half of it? Then you know, want to get Miami leeway.
Easily, and what a quick start here for the Gators. Just the second hit of the series.
Knock it down.
Still nobody out of the inning. Runner in scoring position, and now Sterling Thompson, who has a chance to be special. Already off to a terrific start this season. The Gators top hitter in the series.
Let me share this in Florida groups.
This one's got a chance to be special, Mike. Sullivan reiterated that to us in our call with him on Thursday. He told me last year, he said, Sterling Thompson's going to play in the big leagues.
All right, so Sterling Thompson's up the bat.
Really swings back.
Fabian's at second.
Not just a hitter, he's an athlete. He can play the outfield as well, but got a chance to be one of the best hitters Kevin O'Sullivan's ever run out there.
And that's going to be foul. So no balls, 2 strikes.
A player at this level, we love Tom. So who does he drop on us? Cody Bellinger and Paul O'Neill. And you were like, geez, coach, no pressure, huh? Yeah, and he's like, I'm not trying to make too much of it. I was like, no, you just compared them to Cody Bellinger and Paul O'Neill. That's not a big deal. But he kind of laughed. But I really do think he believes that much in this kid's upside.
It's a deck. It's a pitch.
0-2.
Another grounder.
Grips one on the left side. This will play another.
So 3 for 3.
Third consecutive hit.
And Fabian's going to score. So that's 2 runs now for the Gators. And no outs, by the way. Each of these batters face 2 strike territory and still manage to get a hit.
They are not liking the execution right now. Like big shift on with the shortstop Patello way over on the second base side. And you got to love the piece of hitting there by Sterling Thompson, letting the changeup travel right in the left side, the huge gap on the left side of the infield, and the Gators back on another. There's still nobody out here in the first.
Oh, foul.
Ball is his first 2 starts. He's already been touched up for 2 runs on 3 hits here in the top of the first inning. Now Wyatt Langford, the starting left fielder, getting cleaned up. The ball's been elevated, Mike, and you know when you're a sinker baller, sinker changeup guy, you got
no balls, 1 strike.
Down
low, ball 1.
Langford's another guy who played some catcher, but they have such a log jam at that position. I mean, they've got 3 quality guys behind the plate that they can throw out there. Today it just happens to be Ryopel. Langford, the starting left fielder.
It's best pitch. Ooh, on outside ball, too.
Yeah, interesting story, right? This is a young man that came in as a catcher, but they really feel like was athletic enough to play the outfield. So they worked on it, and he has proven himself worthy to run out there. And they can tell you what they think about it. And here in the 4-hole, he has been fantastic. He's got 3
got another foul.
Year. You always like to see this for the 1 to left, 1 to center, 1 to right. That's just in full heavy. You can see in that frame there's real power in that frame. And Sully said, don't be surprised. This young man can run, too. He said he's going to get some infield hits this year where somebody on the left side of the infield is not going to have the urgency they need to. And he's going to be.
So 2 balls, 2 strikes.
He can move that well. It reminds me a little bit, maybe not quite as athletic, but the body reminds me a little bit of Harrison Bader. That was a star here for the Gators 6-7 years ago.
Yeah, they're still trying to share it out. They guys only still the top of the first with no outs, and looks like the hit's going to continue to roll. Wait, Miami won 4 championships? I'll be damned. They won 4 championships in baseball. The last one, ironically, is the same year. They last won a championship in football, 2001.
Here is JTRTA who's going to go out there and talk about it. Like the ball's elevated. He's getting ahead.
Florida's still trying to catch up. You know, they only got 1, which happened a couple years ago. Hopefully, they'll be getting 2 this year. You know, got off to a rough start. You know, lost 2 or 3 to Liberty to start off the year, but been rolling since. You know, 7-game winning streak until Friday. Player with Miami and one of the preeminent pitching coaches in college baseball.
baseball and he's trying to settle down. Jake Garland, who's off to about as bumpy a start as you can ask. 4 batters, 4 hits, 2 runs, 2 in the first, still nobody out.
I'm in a lot of Gator groups. Not complaining. I didn't think I was going to be in that many, though.
There's definitely such a thing as too many strikes. The breaking ball has been non-existent to this point, and if you're going to get these right-handed out, you got to have something working.
I'm sorry, I just got to grip my foot.
Chase. We've only seen the one breaking ball, and it was not.
That shit hurts.
And so if it's going to be sinker change-up, the ball has got to be down to the edges. At this point, he has not been able to execute that late in the count. The lineup.
I'm in another sports group. Meanwhile, it's like Miami's finally going to get get their first out on the grounder there as he connects the first for the out. So that's first out of the game.
Up a couple. Let's really try to lean on them and see if we can't make
Meanwhile, I got men in second and third. Goddamn.
I think he's thinking this is a double play candidate. You got a sinker ball, change up guy on the mound. Let's make sure we add at least one more. But
you done? Thank God.
Multiple times they were trying to play more of the small game this year. He felt like they had gotten a little too reliant on the long ball in years past. And the new ballpark that they play in down in Gainesville requires more of the small game. Rivera now in the 6 hole with ace hit. Make it a 4-0 game. Yeah, I was a little surprised by that. Our conversation with Sully. The big ballpark, the new ballpark, certainly the dimensions are a little bit bigger. But I didn't think we'd see today, especially with this lineup, that Sully would just come right out and say, yep, we're going to play a little more small ball.
Oh, there it is.
Well, here's the thing. This is odd, right? But here's the thing I kind of like about the move, too. The lefties, right, have to change up more than the righties, right? So
I'll share it out. So let's get it. So got 1 ball, 1 strike. It would help if they put last names on these jerseys. I don't even know who's at the bat right now. Down low, 2 balls, 1 strike.
2 balls and a strike. Veteran shortstop.
Okay, I think they said Rivera's at the bat. Yeah, I try to watch the baseball for the baseball and for the softball when I can. I can't say that I keep up with it hardcore. But I definitely be trying to keep up with it. Like if the baseball and the softball team make it to like the College World Series tournament, or for the softball, Women's College World Series tournament, hopefully they can go far and win a championship. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 1 out. Okay, so Miami players, they got their last name on their jerseys. Is it? Bro, full count.
Does not chase it. Fills up now. The Gators shortstop, Josh Rivera. And you can see Garland was trying to be very careful there. He's made a number of mistakes with 2 strikes, as we talked about. He was really trying to.
Can we get a home run? That'd be awesome.
Right here, you almost have to be okay with contact. You're playing the infield back. It's the first inning, right? What you don't want to do is walk somebody and load them up.
Bounce off foul.
Do it again. 3 balls, 2 strikes.
And this pitch count is really going up. It's like he's already had 25 pitches. We're still in the top of the first. What's going on, Sports Credit? I did see your comment just now.
If you're Miami, Sundays are always a little bit tricky. Usually they morph into a battle of the bullpens anyway. But Carlin's a guy that has the ability to go deep into a game.
But yeah, still planning on going to the Florida-Auburn game on April 2nd. Over there in Auburn, Jane B. Moore Field. We're going to see what happens. I do got to get some stuff done, though, this month before I can even think about getting tickets for the game. And we got a pop fly out. It's going to be a sac fly. And Florida's going to score their 3rd run of the day. Who am I going for? You don't see the you don't see what I'm wearing?
Yeah, so that's a win-win for both clubs. Obviously, Garland would love a punch out, or maybe even an infield pop-up, but just kind of a hanging breaking ball. That's what we've seen so far from him. And Rivera does a nice job of moving it to the outfield.
So that's 2 outs. We got Kendrick Kalio. I don't know how to pronounce his name. He's a junior. He's 2 for 7 in the series with a home run, 3 RBIs, and a single. He has 5 homers this year. Oh, Kalio. Okay. And just right off the rip, foul. Strike 1.
Got a hanging curveball, and the moment he hit it, he knew he crushed it.
This Miami pitcher, I think his name is Garland. He's going to try to get this inning without giving up 30 pitches, but that could be easier said than done. He's already at 28, but strike 2.
Well, it's the difference between control and command, right? He's thrown a ton of strikes, but has not been able to command the ball as well as he would like with 2 strikes.
See what happens on this 0-2, and he's going to be out, and that is going to finally retire the side. Gators pick up 3 runs early. 2 of those runs coming within the first 3 batters. So now we're going to the bottom of the first, and Miami is going to get a chance to see if they can match that or better. It's okay, Sports Credit. Yeah, but that's what I'm rocking with. Oh. Let me see who else is playing right now in the world of college baseball.
I wanted to show you guys something that has been truly bringing me joy. That is HelloFresh. I get a variety of delicious ingredients, and I can whip up my meal in about 20 or 30 minutes, and I save money, which are all touchdowns in my book.
Go to HelloFresh.com.
Let's see who's playing right now.
Selling on Poshmark is
Yeah, team's playing 1 o'clock in the morning.
Add a description, add a price, you're pretty much good to go. Right now I'm selling Air Jordans and Nikes and Adidas, anything really performance related.
Wait a minute, is this division?
Bottom of the first, about to unfold.
Oh, this is. Oh, Division 3. Oh, this is Division 2. No wonder why. Wait a minute. Meanwhile, the game's back on now as Miami Hurricanes are going up to bat. You got A-Fizzle, Burt, Morales, Romero Jr., Perez, Gonzalez, Villegas, Levinson, and Patelli. That is your batting order for the Hurricanes. And they're 1 for 14 runners in scoring position this series. Meanwhile, Timmy Manning is on the mound for the Gators. He's pitched 15 innings, 16 strikeouts, 13 balls, but the ERA is not good, 6.6. Might do better.
Both sides of the play. If so, we can set up the curveball and the changeup. If not, it might be a short out, and they got plenty of arms ready to go in the bullpen, as they always do.
So, Timmy, we're gonna need you to come with it today, dude.
His 4th start of this year, he had to pick up a win. So, what an opportunity here for the youngster, chance to get maybe his first win as a Gator in Game 3 against the Gators. Will start things off.
And I will go down some of the games later. As K-Fist is up to bat, sophomore. He has 3 homers and 6 RBIs this season. Here's the first pitch for Manning. Strike 1. Manning's not playing around. He's like, I'm going to get these guys out of here quickly. But that didn't work on that one. Ball 2. We got Georgia Tech going at it at 2 o'clock on ACC Network. That's baseball. North Carolina is going up against Coastal Carolina at 1. North Carolina is ranked number 24. Georgia's ranked 15th. And Georgia Tech's ranked 8. It's ranked 18th. Florida's ranked 14th. They can see in the title. Miami's ranked 22nd. And just like that, Manning puts away the first battle with the K. And K-Fist is left looking like, what the hell just happened? Just do that rest of the way, Timmy. You got this. Meanwhile, Jacob Burke is up to bat now, sophomore from St. Francisville, Louisiana. He is 2 for 8 in this series. And he's already facing a strike 1.
full-time starter at Southeast Louisiana, started 55 games a year ago.
And that's down low, ball one. Meanwhile, on ACC softball, Florida State is hosting Pitt. Pitt is up 1-0. Florida State ranked number 3. You got Virginia Tech and Clemson, the top 10 matchup there. Bottom of the first, Virginia Tech's ranked 6. I think if I read it right, Clemson's ranked 9th. Duke and Georgia Tech be pitching at 1 o'clock. Duke is ranked 12th. Then you got Virginia and Tennessee at 12:30 at the bottom of the hour on SEC Network Plus. Tennessee's ranked 17th. Virginia is not ranked at all. Meanwhile, Notre Dame puts away Lehigh 9-0 in 5 innings. Meanwhile, Jacob Burke goes down swinging. So that's not 2 strikeouts to Timmy Manning already. Notre Dame and Rutgers is going at it 3-1 in favor of the Fighting Irish in the bottom of the 4th. And Boston College holds off Villanova 4-3. And they're playing Charlotte right now. And they just really started. So that's some score, a little bit of rundown in baseball and softball right now. Is Yohandy Morales, a sophomore out of Miami, Florida, is up to bat. He has 11 homers, 45 RBIs this season. He's 4 for 8 in this series against the Gators. Timmy Manning, on the other hand, he is hoping to put away the entire side on K's. So off to a good start right now. Put away the first 2 batters. He's trying to put away the 3rd one. That's good. Strike 2. Hopefully his teammates can help him out in the second inning, put some more runs on the board. Bad pitch. Ball 2.
And one of the reasons we've seen so many great hitters in the history of baseball that are kind of 5'10" to 6'2" is because the movements tend to be a little shorter, a little more compact. So when you are longer like Morales, you got to tighten it up a little bit.
Oh, good contact. But he's going to make the catch, and the side is easily retired. 3 up, 3 down. So after 1, it is Gators 3, Hurricanes 0. Meanwhile, we got the Nets of New Jersey, Brooklyn Nets, and the Boston Celtics going at 1 o'clock on ABC. They got the rematch of the NBA Finals between the Phoenix Suns and the Milwaukee Bucks at 3:30. And those are only 2 games that matter.
But New York Life's product is different. 12,000 experts whose responsibility is to be there, to guide you through the happiest and most difficult times.
And Ole Miss is ranked number 2. You got Cal and FSU at 1 o'clock. Got Oklahoma State, number 4 in the nation, hosting Gonzaga at 2. Mississippi State playing Tulane at 2 o'clock as well. Texas, number 1 team in the nation, playing against UCLA at 4. If that game's on TV, well, I would say that game on TV, I'll probably host call that one too, but I don't want to get burned out. Gosh.
14 milligrams of 24 karat gold. The final issue price was $50 per proof. But now, this private non-monetary 24 karat gold clad masterpiece can be yours for only $9.95, with gold up over 500% since 2001. Price can only be guaranteed for 7 days. Each new 2022 $50 gold Buffalo Tribute proof is clad in 14 milligrams of 24
Let me change that.
gold. Its proofs run and utilizes the
Top of the second.
nickel design. Strict limit of 5 proofs per color. You must hurry. Call now.
Order call 1-800-756-4129.
No way.
5 proofs per caller.
And just like that, we're back. This is the 264th meeting between the Gators and the Hurricanes. Really close series. The Hurricanes do lead it 133 to 129 and 1. But Florida has taken the last 6 or 7 regular season series, and they lead the series in runs, 1,460 to, I think it said 1,452. Yes, this is a dear rivalry, people. Meanwhile, second inning is now underway here in Coral Gables, Florida.
2 teams all tied are separated by 8 runs in those 263
Strike 2.
meetings. 14-16.
Yeah, right. 1,460 to 1,452.
You and I both love college basketball as well. And that's a similar type of spooky closeness.
Meanwhile, foul ball.
These two teams have played over 200 times, and they're separated by just 8 runs. Yeah, it's pretty wild. And I will say that prior to Kevin O'Sullivan taking the head job at University of Florida, it was a lot more lopsided. But Sully has really kind of flipped the script on this rivalry. I think going into last year, he won 16 of 18. Right, of course, Miami now trying to 2 series in a row here this afternoon. But yeah, it's pretty remarkable.
Yeah, 16 and 18. So Kevin O'Sullivan's been dominating Miami. I'm not surprised. So Derek Fabian is up to bat now. He's a freshman. He's 2 for 7 in this series with 2 singles, a walk, and a run. And unfortunately, unlike his brother, he's going to strike out. And that will be the first strikeout of the game for Garland, the Miami Hurricanes pitcher. Meanwhile, Southern Conference Championship between Furman and Mercer. Furman's up 13-12, and as the first quarter comes to an end there. Corey Roberts is up to bat for the Gators, coming out of Port Orange, Florida. He is a freshman. Here's the pitch. Ooh, on the outside, ball 1. And more fans are starting to pile into the stadium. I'm looking forward to April 2nd. I hope to God everything works out in the month of March to where I can make this trip up 280 West to Auburn and watch this game. I want to watch my girls in action. Meanwhile, Robinson makes contact with the ball, but it's going to be pop fly out. Levinson makes the ball, he makes the play there. So just like that, 2 outs for the Gators.
Their guys out, see what's the best lineup and who's the best people out there defensively.
Oh, UConn play today. UConn playing against Marquette, the Big East tournament, semifinals. That's at 3 o'clock. Like I said, the Brooklyn Nets and the Boston Celtics today at 1 on ABC.
Just 4 at bats entering today's game, but getting a chance to start the 9-hole today for Sully.
I do want to do a women's college basketball game too. Maybe I'll probably have to do one down the line when we get close to the Final Four, something like that. Meanwhile, it's going to be a foul ball, strike 2. So pretty much after giving up nearly 30 pitches, something like that, in the first inning, it's like Garland may give up less than 15 here. He might.
You also have to get a feel for your roster and what you have.
Yep, he's going to be successful at that, as they're going to make the catch there, and that's and the Gators are easily retired. 3 up, 3 down. So now we get back. Hurricanes going to have another chance to draw the game closer. But first, they need to get a hit, though.
Really? Even if my own phone looks like why?
It's okay, people.
Good first
It's not complicated.
inning.
Everyone gets a free new Samsung
Oh
Galaxy
my
S22
God.
with the Galaxy trade-in. Any year, any condition.
Went 3 up, 3 down.
The
Ouch.
future of strength.
3 up, 3 down in the second.
It's a personal trainer that assesses your strength
Second.
and adds weight as you progress. It's dynamic weight that
Yeah, I'm posting on Twitter as well.
time for a more efficient workout. Come on. And it's a roster of coaches that motivates you to get stronger, faster. The future is strength you can
All right, so
see, and you can only experience it on Tonal.
ED is difficult for me and for my partner. Through HIMS, I can message a licensed provider about clinically proven ED treatments. Like the generic form of Viagra, which is backed by a 60-day money-back guarantee. Then HIMS ships discreetly to my door for free. I never knew it could be this easy to get my confidence back. Now we can both count on a great experience every time. Love your results or your money back when you go to forhims.com.
all right, so here's the coaching resume of Kevin O'Sullivan. This is 15th season. He has 594 and 281 as the head coach. And he is 36 and 16 against the Hurricanes. As y'all know, he was responsible for the Gators' lone championship in 2017 when they defeated LSU. That was a great day in Gator Nation that day. Yeah, it was something the Gators needed too, like because the softball team came up close and was losing to Oklahoma and not Alabama, Oklahoma and Auburn and all those teams in the semifinals, and the Jim McElwain era around that time, Mike White being mediocre head coach. So it was a good thing Kevin O'Sullivan came through with his squad when he did. Meanwhile, Hurricanes already won out. Carlos Perez is up the bat. He is a sophomore. And strike two. Meanwhile, Timmy Manning is hoping for another 3-up, 3-down inning. Will it happen?
Fan base has become so spoiled that it's almost considered a disappointment when you don't get to Omaha, which, as we all know, is incredibly difficult.
Ooh, outside. 2 balls, 2 strikes.
And last year, both these programs were in the Gainesville region.
He got him! Strike 3. Get him out of here.
Stories ain't quick today, Mike. Mr. Manning.
That's the 3rd strikeout for Timmy Manning.
It is everything going right now, and he is getting that thing and slinging it.
Keep it up, Timmy. You're doing good today, man.
I thought I was the only one that had a plane to catch after this game. Apparently, Timmy Manning does too.
Strike 1. As Jordan Gonzalez is up to bat, freshman out of Miami, Florida. He is 2 for 8 in this series against the Gators. 2 singles. That's all he has.
You end this one quickly. You hop on the bus, go up the turnpike 5 hours. You're back in Gville. Maybe you can have a lovely night out at the melting pot. Whatever romantic spot is your fancy in Gainesville. Oh, 2 off the plate outside. Just a bit.
All right, no balls, 2 strikes. So 1 ball, 2 strikes. Excuse me.
These 2 programs, they both got cow-beat in the regional.
Starting on Crimson Brave.
South Alabama.
Just reading a little bit of Twitter right quick. Yeah, I'll finish reading this later. But Timmy Manning gets another strikeout. Then I'll be right back on Twitter. 2 balls. Oh, no, that's foul. I'm not bowing into the Crimson Tide. Yeah. Go tell that to a Georgia fan. No, I mean, rephrase that. Go tell that to an Auburn fan. And Timmy Manning is going to have another 3-up, 3-down inning, just like that as he pops it over the first. And the Hurricanes are easily retired. So coming up next, we got Fabian, Thompson, and Langford. They are due up for the Gators when we roll into inning number 3.
It's crazy simple. All you have to do is post a picture of add a description, add a price, and you're pretty much good to go. Right now I'm selling Air Jordans and Nikes.
Yeah, I will be getting me a beer soon. I just put some more beer in the refrigerator, so they got to get cold. Because we're not going to drink any hot beer around here.
That's why I went to thezebra.com.
All right. I guess I got time to read Twitter right quick while I wait on the 3rd inning to start up. Falcon fans really want Jordan Davis. I'm going to laugh so hard if he's still on the board when the Falcons pick him. Not pick him, but when it's a Falcons pick and they pass up on him. He lands right with the Broncos.
When it comes to contacts, Warby Parker offers dozens of
a lot of people were big happy last night because the Sixers lost. Yay!
An affordable daily lens. Learn more about Scout or save 15%.
Yeah, I'm not a Sixers fan. I don't really care for him, but it's kind of funny that people are just excited about the Sixers losing. Like I already said, man, I got told a certain Sixers fan, I said, if y'all win it all, it'd be funny to me because it'd be a slap in the face to your haters. But if you lose, it's going to be funny to me because I'm going to laugh because you declared that the Sixers are going to win it all. Meanwhile, game's back on. Gino DeMare, the head coach of the Miami Hurricanes, is 94-47 as their head coach. 23rd season on the Miami staff. This is his 4th season as a head coach. He used to play for the Hurricanes from 1989 to 1992. Meanwhile, Judd Fabian is up to bat now for the mighty Gators.
The locker room was just not there.
And just like that, 1 ball, 1 strike. And DeMar is like, how long should I keep this Garland cat in? Because, like, I don't know. 2 balls, 1 strike.
Just to make sure everybody understands chemistry.
Oh, Rutgers have tied it up 3-3. It's a softball action with Notre Dame. They're now on the top of the 5th. 3 balls, 1 strike for Fabian. That's Judd, by the way.
Miami as well.
Full counts.
And, he just felt like with COVID last year and some of the restrictions for how much.
And Judd Fabian is 1 for 1 today. He has 20. Oh, last year he has 20 home runs and 45 RBIs. But he's 1 for 1 today. And he's going to first on walks. Uh-oh. It's not a good look for Garland. The head coach is plotting. This could be his last inning. Could be, y'all. Okay, so these stats are from last year with the 5 home runs and all that. It's okay. Sterling Thompson is at the bat right now, so it was fair. It's early in the year. I can see him still piggybacking off last year's stats. Meanwhile, foul ball, strike 1 for Thompson.
I think for the average person watching at home, Chris, you can appreciate this obviously as a former player. It's hard to realize just how much COVID affected the sport. You're not on the same bus, you're taking 2 buses. You don't have the ability to do everything together on the road. You don't have team functions together. Everything was just a little bit off.
Here's the pitch. You almost lost that one.
The regular season. The Hurricane fans at home might be sitting there going, well, everybody had to deal with that. Okay, well, not exactly. Not every school and every state handled it exactly the same. But the reality is some teams gel easier than others. And if you have one that isn't gelling great, usually as a coach, you got to invest in a lot of those kinds
of things. It's the next pitch. Oh, up top. 2 balls, 1 strike.
Gino just wasn't able to do that. And so because of that, he felt like they just never really quite dashed.
Yep. It's going to be Garland's last inning. Jordan Doubley. He's in the bullpen right now, getting prepared. So the Gators could be seeing him in the 4th inning. Ooh, a little bit high. But Fabian's going to get back to first.
Really, both these coaches echoed it. Quite frankly, they were pretty upfront about the fact that it wasn't where it needed to be a year ago, either for Miami or Florida.
What a hit. Oh, he caught it. Hey, nice catch, though. Oh, nice. I can't hate. Brilliant catch. Is that Villegas? Yeah, Villegas with that brilliant catch. That's going to be the first out of the inning.
Sterling Thompson and Villegas with a great jump. And look how he has to stretch at the end. That ball was slicing so hard that by the time he got to it, he had to outstretch to the right. And that's a beautiful thing if you're a left-handed thrower, the glove being on the right side of the body because he needed every bit.
Meanwhile, Wyatt Langford is up to bat. He is 1 for 1. He is a sophomore out of Trenton, Florida.
Not a pretty place to be already down 3-0.
As Garland's trying to catch Fabian napping, but I don't think that's going to work.
He only stands 5'8". He had to stretch out that arm, every inch of it, to make the grab. Langford.
No balls, 1 strike.
Single to right his first time. I'll tell you what, too, Mike, is somebody who played quite a bit of left field in my career.
Hercules Tires Big South Championship. That's my name. Never mind. Yeah, but Winthrop and Langford, not Langford. Winthrop and Longwood are playing in that one. And Longwood is smacking them 37-16. I don't know if there's men or women's. It doesn't say. It just say Big South. Meanwhile, on the 0-1. Ball 1.
Certainly a play, as you alluded to, that Garland needed because as good as he was in the second, leadoff walk-in.
Hey, satellite, don't you start that now. You stop it. Try and watch the game.
Part of the lineup with Langford.
Satellite fucking up right quick.
And
Meanwhile, Thompson's going to get a hit. No, not Thompson. Langford's going to get, yeah, he's going to get a hit. So we got men in second and first with one out.
Garland just doesn't have a breaking ball today. And it's usually his third pitch, but really
got his fan on him, man.
One with any kind of effectiveness yet to a right.
It's hot as hell this weekend. Next week's gonna be cold as fuck. Like temps will drop down to lower 30s.
But there has been a lot of balls.
Well, it's like Garland's day may be done now. Yep, his day is done. Just like that. After 54 pitches. Meanwhile, looks like that Jordan guy is going to be coming in now. Double E, I think is his name. Are you ready for the ACC tournament? I don't know if y'all saw the Carolina Duke game last night, but that game was amazing. Carolina went in there and spoiled Coach K's curtain call. Duke fans were crying like Ray Hine was crying after the Sixers lost Game 5 to the Hawks in the Eastern Conference semifinals last season. That was funny. They thought they was going to celebrate. They thought they was going to pop bottles and stuff in honor of Coach K. Carolina said, we shutting all that down. You do nothing. But go back to your car and cry and throw pitch fits and rant and all that. Rant like Dash be ranting when the Bengals and the Reds be losing. Meanwhile, hey, the Miami women's basketball team is also losing. That was a 4-point game, so that game can go either way. Looks like they almost had halftime. We'll pack up 27-23. I think that's ACC championship too in women's basketball.
This is also great.
I think that. Don't quote me on it. Oh, it is okay. ACC tournament. I mean ACC championship women's basketball. Like I said, ACC tournament for the men's starting this week. This week, couple of days actually. You got wrestling championship tonight at 7 on the ACC network. Don't care because I don't watch wrestling. Don't care for it either. I don't care to meet any wrestlers unless it's Bianca Belair or Alicia Fox. It's only wrestlers I care to meet in this day and age. I said Jake Garland's day is done. His 2.1 innings, gave up 5 hits, 3 earned runs, 1 ball, and he only has 1 strike. All that on 54 pitches. Don't cry, Jake. You did better than I thought you would. Don't stop lying. Anyways. Jordan W., the junior, he is in now.
Started at Jefferson Davis High School, then went to Georgia, then went to St. John's River State, and now is in Coral Gables.
So he went to Georgia. Then he got tired of losing to Florida in the SEC, so he wanted to only lose. So he wanted to come to Miami and lose to Florida in the SEC rivalry.
Bio fell and played to sacrifice his first time up. 2 on, 1 out. And the catcher looks at strike 1.
Meanwhile, BT Riopelle is up to bat. He's a junior out of Marietta, Georgia. He had to sack bunt in the first inning.
Sunbelt last year. 267 and 12 home runs and 43 runs batted in.
Here's a pitch. Down low. Ball on. Ball one.
I love that kid. He's always got a smile on his face.
Florida stays up 4-3 over Pitt in the softball action as they're now in the top second. Still scores between Virginia Tech and Clemson. They're in the top of the third. Top 10 matchup. Once again, number 6 versus number 9. Go back to the beginning of the stream when you will find out who is number 6 and who is number 9. So I already said it. Hope y'all taking notes. It's going to be a quiz at the end of the stream. Not really. I'll just fuck with y'all with. Meanwhile, 2 balls, 1 strike for Riopelle. Ball 3. Terrible throw. If he walks, the bases are loaded.
So huge. I don't care what program it is. high caliber, mid-major. They've all got major contributions from the portal. It's a major part of the way recruiting and developing a roster is in today's day.
Yep, he walks. There's the announcers talking about the transfer portal being major in baseball as opposed to football and basketball. And now the bases are loaded, so Double E's going. Hey, get off your phone, man. You're playing baseball. Get off your phone. Yeah, he won't get on his phone. Meanwhile, Josh Rivera is up the bat. He has his RBI sack fly already. But my point is the bases are loaded, and Double E, while he was on his phone, he's now in a jam that Garland got him in. He has to try to get him out of it. Yeah, maybe easier said than done. We shall see. Well, good news for Miami. They do get an out. Bad news for Miami. They give up another run as Fabian does go home. They wasn't able to throw the home plate to get him out, so the next best option was to get him out at first. So the Gators are now 4-0. So yeah, this RBI sack fly and now an RBI grounder. Oh, why basketball? It's really baseball.
Double did a nice job there of spinning a good breaking ball, but the Gators tack on another.
There we go. It's baseball street, not basketball.
Off the left his first time up, hitting 206 on. Rubber game in this 3-game series. SEC.
Meanwhile, Kendrick Cali-Lao's up to bat. He is 0 for 1 today.
So far this weekend, with Georgia Tech over Georgia and Clemson over South Carolina.
And is he going to finally get a hit? No, he's not. He's going to be responsible for the side retiring. But hey, you get another run, so I can't complain.
Middle of the third, it's 4-0 Florida.
Let's flip some birds. Using fresh quality ingredients to make or break your dish. HelloFresh, you don't have to sweat the deets because they always deliver, like literally, to your doorstep.
Go to HelloFresh.com and use code TV15 for 15 free meals plus 3 free gifts.
Look closely. This $50 Buffalo gold piece was the purest gold coin ever struck using .9999. That's 4 nines, pure 24-karat gold. The U.S. government had to stop production because of a shortage of specially made gold blanks. It's no wonder the price of that edition has gone through the roof. Now you can reserve your own copy clad in 14 milligrams of 24-karat gold. The final issue price was to be set at $50 per proof. But now, this private, non-monetary 24-karat gold-clad masterpiece can be yours for only $9.95, with gold up over 500% since 2001. Price can only be guaranteed for 7 days. Each new 2022 $50 Gold Buffalo Tribute proof is clad in 14 milligrams of 24-karat gold. It's proof struck and utilizes the famous Buffalo nickel design. Strict limit of 5 proofs per color. You must hurry. Call now.
Order call 1-800-756-4129. Strict limit of 5 proofs per caller.
Hey, this it came up on quick. So Georgia Tech won the series against Georgia, taking the first 2 games. Clemson won the series against South Carolina, also taking the first 2 games. UVA is 10-0 for the 6th time under Coach Brian O'Connor, and Wake Forest is 11-0 to start the season. First time since 1961. Start 11-0. That is your ACC news and baseball. Meanwhile, Miami is struggling against Florida. Well, I wouldn't say it's struggling. They're just losing to Florida. So, congratulations, Miami. You're the ACC team to fuck it up for the conference. Meanwhile, what a catch. Judd Fabian comes down with the awesome catch that matched whatever that guy was for Miami. What a catch.
On this ball game defensively. And Fabian, we talk about the power, but the reason he is such an interesting prospect.
I'm not going to say it was better. I'm not going to say it was worse either. I'll say that equaled what we saw in the top half of the end from Miami. So Levison, that's his name. I think that, yeah, it was Levison who had that amazing catch in the top of the third. Meanwhile, he's up to bat, speaking of. And Miami is still losing in women's basketball as well. They're down 32-23 at the half to NC State. Ball one. So 1 ball, 1 strikes for Levinson.
It's fascinating. Most people had Notre Dame.
Mercer down 25-24 at the half. Okay, it's women's basketball.
Very well as we get into conference play, and obviously this thing really unfolds. But fascinating to see Wake Forest and Clemson off the big starts. Virginia undefeated as well.
Here's the next pitch.
Some teams that maybe weren't picked as high off to some really fast starts.
And that's going to be a quick out.
That one down and right is Thompson for the second out of the inning. And I think for a while there, the ACC, as good as the league was, it was the usual suspects at the top. It was a Florida State, a Miami, a Clemson, Louisville, but obviously Louisville, of course, since they joined the league. But since then, we're seeing some of the bottom half climbing up. And I think that.
And we may have a. Oh, no, we're not. I was going to say we're going to have a 1, 2, 3 inning, but nope, we're not going to do that.
Two-out base stop.
As Fratelli managed to get on base there, he is safe at first. Good hit.
It's fascinating, some of the storylines that are going on in the league. I mean, you think about Tommy Tanks, the freshman Tommy White for NC State, and the show that he has put on to this point in the season. Now, the Wolfpack has dropped a couple to Mike Lavin's Northeastern club.
And we have some NASCAR action from Las Vegas this week.
But Tommy White is
put on at 3:30 on Fox.
Player of the month of February in the country. Slow curveball gets away from Manning, and his Capus.
Oh, damn. Come on.
He will gladly wear that.
Oh, we got to get the third out now.
Chance to go to first, and now 2 on against Manning, who had retired the first 8 that he saw. Yeah, just when it looked like it was going to be another cruise control inning. A couple quick outs, and you get a roller that finds its way to the outfield, and then a first pitch breaking ball that backs up, and now you got to deal with Jacob Burke, who has made a big splash in a short period of time here in Coral Gables. Right at him for strike one.
There you go, strike one.
At the hollow of the knees. Not like that call, but you got to get.
Who cares if they like it or not?
Presenting that pitch favorably.
There you go. Well, I hope you're happy now.
Coach DeMari describes Jacob Burke.
I'll say, yeah, that's your ball one. I hope you're happy.
Plays with his hair on fire. What a pickup he has been in the portal for the Hurricanes.
Oh, then he bobbled it. So Pirelli's going to score, and Miami's finally on the board.
It's a 4-1 game. What a nice piece of hitting, and the home crowd fired up. A fastball out over the plate, and Burke keeps his nose down. Keep your nose down, stay in that back knee, control the barrel, and a rocket into right center field.
Damn, 2 outs. An opportunity to put it away.
It's hitting 101 right there.
So okay, the shutout is over. We just got to go ahead and get the last out and got this inning. Prevent further damage.
All started with a softly hit single by the 9-hole hitter Dominic Matelli. Capus got hit, and Burke with a great job of hitting from the 2-hole. Amounting to the first run of the game for Miami. You see the line on Timmy Manning. I mean, he was just cruising, retiring the first 8. And this is a new sight for us here. Yeah. If you're a Florida Gator fan, you are not used to seeing anybody but Kevin O'Sullivan take the mound visits for the Gators. And while Sully still calls the pitches, they brought David Kopp over from Florida Atlantic to work with the pitchers. And obviously the head coach has a lot of responsibilities. And Sully, being a former catcher, works with the hitters a little bit, but he's got to be the CEO of the program, obviously a big task. And so he brought David Kopp over to maybe show a little more TLC to the pitchers on a daily basis. I think it's fascinating that he's letting Kopp take the mound visits. I didn't know any better. I thought Kopp was the strength coach. Having some guns.
All right, so
Morales turns on the first one he sees. I think so.
Just got this inning. That's all it is. Prevent further damage. You got man at third and first. Just get out this inning. just get out of here. We're gonna regroup in the fourth inning. Prevent further damage, Timmy.
Double barreled action right now in the Florida bullpen.
And this could be Manning's last inning now because it's O'Sullivan got pitchers in the bullpen working up now, so we're gonna see what happens. 1 ball, 1 strike. And I think they said Morales is up the bat for Miami.
Doesn't get much better than this. 2 on and 2 out for your dude. Morales.
That's gonna be a foul. Strike 2.
Here's what I love about what Manning's doing. It's going right under the hands of Yo-Yo Morales. We talked about his length and the challenge of being a bit of a longer hitter.
Have him on the charger. Have him put this down here.
See if they slow him down here with a changeup or something.
Okay, I don't know. All right, 1 ball, 2 strikes. Scratch that. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Well, get him out of here. Got this. All right, there's a third out right there. Get him out of here. Sorry, Side's retired. Bounce. All right, get out of there without preventing further damage. Meanwhile, not preventing. We got out of there without causing further damage. Meanwhile, due up for the Gators. I just missed it. Who's due up? Stop. Hey, stop. I was trying to see who's due up for the Gators.
Hurricanes are on the board, though. We're through 3. The Gators up 4-1.
All right, so due up, we got Derek Fabian, we got Robinson, and we have Halter. Okay, they're all due up in the top of the 4th. Did I change the score? I don't know if I did. Unless it's in the 3rd. Okay, no, I haven't changed it. I'm going to change it now.
Tomorrow we'll have the final 2 episodes of the tournament history.
I've been missing this. I do want to watch that tournament history of ACC men's basketball. I'm going to have to catch up on that. I might get that ESPN out. I really want to catch that. All right, meanwhile, top of the 4th now. So Derek Fabian is up to bat. I didn't get a chance to go get a beer because unlike basketball and, at least college baseball, you only get like 1 or 2 commercials and the game's back on. It's like they be trying to hurry get these games over with.
Man, what a game. And, I love sports for a lot of reasons. But last night was one of them. Number one, you got the celebration of Coach K and all, so many of his former players being back. The last scene of a legendary Hall of Fame career is kind of surreal, right? Because it's really been most of our viewing lives. We've seen Coach K coach Duke. I mean, that was just part of it. But the fact that North Carolina could not care less, and they had absolutely no business to think they were going to go in there and win that game. They were down 11 early, and it felt like, okay, here it comes. And the way they came back and won that game convincingly not only speaks a lot about Hubert Davis and what they got, but just the richness and the intensity of that rivalry, man. That was a sight to see the way Carolina played in that second half. It really was. Not part of the Hollywood script, mind you, but a heck of an accomplishment for the Tar Heels. It's been looked at as a little bit of a down year by normal ACC standards in basketball. ACC baseball is on an uptick, as we alluded to earlier. We've got another great ACC SEC matchup here. Gators up 4-1 in the fourth. This is Derek Payton.
Another foul.
Will be followed up by Corey Robinson and back to the time of the order and Halter. But isn't that why we watch sports? Like in the world where live TV is, everybody's getting everything they watch on demand. Like sports, this is not a promo for our company, but it kind of is, right? Like live sports is still it. Like you have to watch the game, and you just don't know.
Come on, he's out.
Nobody wrote that script except for the Tar Heels. Line ball to Burke for out number one. Yeah, I mean, I think of some of the great memories behind them. Like for me, in the sport of baseball, they've all been things I never saw coming. For example,
all right, so Corey Robinson's up to bat now, the freshman. He's 0 for 1 today. Hopefully, he'll be 1 for 2 after this at bat.
Louisville team that was the number 2 national seed taking on the Gauchos of Santa Barbara. The Gauchos.
And just like that, he fouls. Strike one.
Down 3-0 against Birdie, one of the preeminent closers, a first rounder for Louisville, and a kid that had 26 at bats all year, a backup freshman catcher. It's a walk-off grand slam. Like that's still in Louisville's building, in their park. Yeah, in front of a jam-packed sellout crowd. Like that's the kind of stuff. That's why we love live sporting events.
All right, behind the 8th ball, no balls, 2 strikes. Oh boy.
0-2 to Robinson. Did he? Yes, sir.
He struck out Danny.
See if the barrel passes the hands. Yes, it did. Good breaking ball there. Duberly. Something that we did not see in Garland. The count was 1-2. Now is strike 3.
Oh, okay. They gave him the ball last time, but he eventually did strike out. So just like that's 2 outs.
Halter is 1 for 2. But I think we've seen why Duberly got the ball in this game, right? Not a ton of action, just first time through here with the Canes, trying to make a name for himself. But I talked about how if you're going to face this talented Gator lineup, especially against the righties, you better have a good breaking ball. And Duberly has featured that. 93 on the edge, a sharp slider. So far, so good here for this young right hander.
Come on, let's get some more runs, but god damn. Don't get complacent.
Gators with 5 hits so far.
Ball 1.
They touched up Jay Carlin, who got the hook in the 3rd. Rubber game of the series. Last year, in the brand new ballpark in Gainesville, Miami spoiled the party and won 2 out of 3.
All right, we got a hit. Nice job. Nice job, Halter. He's going to be on first.
Halter's now 2 for 3. Colby Halter is fire. I mean, it is a barrel show right now for Mr. Halter, and he is just on everything. A change up, down and away, and watching his chest down here. Just stay in there, right? You got to be able to get the barrel below that ball to get it to the outfield. The design of that pitch is to make you swing over the top of it. Halter just does a great job there of keeping his chest down and hitting another rocket into the outfield. Now the lethal Judd Fabian quick.
All right. And it's Judd time on top of that. Come on, get some home run, Judd.
Baseball.com talking about Halter and Rivera as 2 glue guys. And then the writer kind of joked, that's the difference between Florida and other programs. The glue guys for Florida are high draft picks. Glue guys for other teams are, just grinding it out there to try to get some playing time. But Florida's been so loaded that glue guys are really, really good. They can start for a lot of teams. That was Aaron Fitt's article in D1 Baseball. Yeah, and he's right. Florida, they're just so talented. Sully has built this program on players that come in and play early, and because probably they're from the state of Florida and they played a whole bunch of baseball before they step on campus, they're ready to contribute immediately. Halter played a ton last year as a freshman. Rivera's been playing for 3 years. But what I also love about Sully is he's not afraid to start young players and let them grow up. You look at Fabian down there, in the 8-hole playing third base every single day. Corey Robinson gets a start today, but he let Sterling Thompson play almost all last year. Like that's how you keep it going, where you never really feel like you're rebuilding because you're allowing some young guys to play with some older guys, and so you never have to start all over. Sully was outspoken about the fact that while a lot of coaches changed their approach with the COVID extra year, he said, I'm not going that route. I still want guys to be developed. I still want 3-year guys in the program that I can mold. And there's going to be an extra base on the ball in the dirt.
Okay.
Halter scoots the second on the wild pitch. Nice job right there. Romero did everything he could there. A changeup.
All right. 3 balls, 1 strike for Fabian. Looks like he's going to be walking again. I got a feeling he's going to walk. I got a feeling they're going to walk him. Robinson been best at second, by the way. In the meantime, on that steal.
Take it once the ball is thrown into the dirt, and now Halter moves himself into scoring position. Very dangerous. Joe Fabian at the plate is already drew in a run on a double, plus he walked his last time up.
Oh, strike 2. Got to swing on that one.
See, now this is the kind of thing.
Full count for Fabian.
Here's a 92-mile-an-hour fastball right down Broadway, and the swing just looks a little too big. And now you are in a 3-2 count where first base is open. You don't necessarily have to get another heater here.
All right, come on, Fabian. Come on, Jack.
Trust his power and not feel like he has to generate it.
2 outs, by the way. And he strikes out, and the side is retired. So Florida can't really do any severe damage. So go to the bottom of the 4th. Gators still clinging to a 4-1 lead as the Hurricanes are now up 2 bats. All right, back to Twitter. Let's see what's going on there.
Nikes and Adidas, anything really performance related or style related. Yeah, I love this. Poshmark ad. What does the future of strength look like?
It's a personal trainer that assesses your strength and adds weight as you progress. It's dynamic weight that adjusts for you in real time for a more efficient workout. Come on! And it's a roster of coaches that motivates you to get stronger, faster. The future is strength you can feel and results you can see, and you can only experience it on Tonal.
Been getting a lot of calls like this lately. Zebra compares the top insurance companies, so you can save over $900 on car and home insurance. Compare and save today at thezebra.com.
Hats are great, but hair is better. Through Hims, you can get doctor
I'm gonna get a beer.
help stop hair from falling out and grow already. Just go to 4hims.com. Start a free online visit, and a licensed provider will guide you to a personalized regrowth plan. Then get treatment delivered directly to your door, with results like this backed by our 90-day money-back guarantee. Get started today at 4hims.com.
Mike Morgan, Chris Burke, back with you. Coral Gables, Game 3, the rubber game between Florida and Miami as we go around the SEC. The defending national champions, Berkey, 6-5 to start the year. What's going on in Starkville? Well, I tell you, it's been a struggle. I mean, it started with the first series of the season, losing to Long Beach State. Long Beach State, everybody thought, well, maybe Long Beach State's going to be really, really good. Well, they went out and got swept by Sac State. Dropped a couple games since, and then Mississippi State lost the game to Northern Kentucky. They barely beat. They won. I think it was Grambling 2-1 in midweek.
We're losing to Northern Kentucky.
They were up 10-3 in the 7th. And it ended up going 10-8 in the 9th, and they gave up a 2-run sack.
Dang. Who did all this?
So that's a long-winded way of saying it's been a rocky start for the defending national champs. And their superstar pitcher, Landon Sims, left the mound on Friday night after striking out 10 of the 11 batters he faced, holding his elbow. So that's never a good thing. Hate to hear that for sure. Middle of the lineup up for the Canes. Romero.
Okay, I don't know who they're talking about, but I'm sure the string caught it, so I'll find out who they're talking about. Over losing Northern Kentucky and blowing a 10-3 lead. Who does that? Meanwhile, the game is back on, as you can obviously tell. I don't know exactly up the bat for the Hurricanes now, but this person has 2 balls and 1 strikeout. Does that bat? Timmy Manning's still in. So only throwing 45 pitches thus far until now, which is 46. Did not work. And that 46 pitch wound up being the foul. Strike 2.
You know, when you got a lefty that can attack the hands of right-handed hitters, you really have something. You know, as I said, Timmy Manning's making his 8th career start today. Yet
Up top. Full count.
It looks like a guy was ready to get that first one. What a stage it would be.
But the bullpen is working hard.
Continue to execute the way he has to this point.
Here you go. Here you go. Strike 3.
Shows you how much life is on the back. He's trying to go down.
So I think that's his 4th strikeout.
This thing rides up and in, and Romero got caught starting a little early there, unable to hold the barrel back.
Oh my God.
First out there for Manning. 4 strikeouts for the lefty. Timmy Manning.
Mississippi State 65 to start season, split series with Tulane for 2 games. Kentucky won the series against number 16 Tulane. 13-11 the first game, 5-1 the second game, but lost the third game. Goddamn SEC, I gotta do better. South Carolina and Georgia only losing today in state rival. I guess we gotta show them how it's done. We're gonna beat out in state rival. We already got to a good start in this game. All right, down low. So it's 2 balls, 2 strikes with 1 out.
The Texas games versus Tennessee and LSU, boy, that Texas team they're putting an exclamation point behind their ranking.
And they're going to get a hit on that note. So whoever was at bat, okay, Perez is at bat. He's going to reach first. All right, just need a double play. Let's get out of this. That's all.
You know, people like to talk a little smack about Texas last year in football, saying, wait till you join the SEC, blah, 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 blah. Well, they're going to join the SEC in baseball too, folks. And they swept Alabama last weekend. They beat Tennessee, who was undefeated. They just beat LSU. And they didn't just beat them. They beat 2 offenses that have been destroying everybody up to this point. Tennessee got 2 runs off of LSU, only 1. And that Texas pitching staff combined with the complete nature with which they defend is just a really, really tough team to beat. And I will say, I think a team that is perfectly suited to play in Omaha as well. So I'd be shocked if Texas isn't right at the top of the rankings all year long.
Want to get more of your thoughts on top teams in these leagues as we progress. The 0-1 count to Dorian Gonzalez Jr. It's a great story. His father, Dorian Sr., played for Miami, was on 3 College World Series teams. In fact, he was together, partnered up with JT Ortiago, the longtime pitching coach. There you see JD.
Come on, get him. There you go. He bobbled it, so he wasn't able to get the double play. They did get him at first, so so that's 2 outs.
There's so much tradition around this Miami program. And to have a guy like JD Arteaga still around in his 20th season and have stories about, yeah, I played with your old man, Dorian. We had some great times together in Omaha. Great tradition. Yeah, it really does. Both these programs.
Well, strike him out. You strike him out now, so we got 2 outs.
Healthy rivalry, but mutual respect in that they both respect how much they love the sport of baseball and how successful they've been in the sport of college baseball for several years now.
Strike 2.
Well, I think when you talk about
1 more strikeout, Tim. Come on, give us 1 more.
These are 2 guys, when they talk about what a Miami Hurricane player is like and what a great Miami team looks like, nobody knows better than them, right? Both these guys have spent essentially their entire adult life attached and connected and leading the program, whether it be as players or coaches. And so, boy, it's such a rich history, and it's really cool to see a program that has such great history being led by men who are a part of the fabric as much as anybody. They do have one thing in common. They both hate Florida State.
Yeah, we do hate Florida State.
Of course, all 3 of those teams play one another throughout the year. Miami and Florida State now share the same conference for many, many years. Miami was independent. 2-2 the count.
All right, 2 balls, 2 strikes for Vallejos. Timmy is hoping to strike him out here.
So for 1 at the dish and 333 on the year. I like what Manny did right there. Almost hit him with a breaking ball, but then came right back with it. Threw a really sharp one. Expected fastball here.
Got him. Nice job, Timmy. Get him out of here.
Ball catches the corner, and Timmy Manning is fired up. Go get your first win, young fella. He's pitching like somebody on a mission, a backdoor bender to get the Gators off the field.
There are all kinds of products in this world, things that make life easier or more fun. But New York Life's product is different. It's 12,000 experts whose responsibility is to be there, to guide you through the happiest and most difficult times. People who know the most valuable things in life aren't things at all. This is our product. This is what we do.
Let's see some right quick. No, I keep it unmuted. Oh, never mind. I can't show y'all. After one commercial, we're back on. It's the 5th inning. It's now in process. We got Rafe Schlesinger. I never know how to pronounce that word. A freshman from Holbrook, New York. Oh, Schlesinger. Yeah, I never know how to pronounce that damn word. But anyways, he's on the mound for the Hurricanes now as we roll into the 5th inning.
Get out there in moments like this, certainly not Schlesinger, just new to campus and getting a chance to cut his teeth in a rubber game of a big-time rivalry. So I always love watching to see these guys when they, it's kind of the middle innings and your team's down and it's not maybe the typical back-end relievers that the head coach had wanted to go to when the game started. How do they handle these moments? Do they make the most of their opportunity? And I would say for Jordan, no doubt, he's going to give himself some more opportunity the way he performed this afternoon. He'll be tested early by the 3-hole hitter, a red-hot one at that. Sterling Thompson had an RBI single back in the first inning. 1 for 2 in the body. 4-12 on the year.
I don't know. Is at the bat right now? Huh.
Thompson appeared for the Gators.
Oh, Sterling Thompson's at the bat? Okay.
51 starts as a true freshman.
So Sterling Thompson's at the bat for the Gators as we now roll into inning number 5. Terrible throw by Schlesinger there. So it's going to be 1 ball, 1 strike, excuse me. First pitch was a strike.
Looks the part, kind of filled up that long, rangy frame.
This next pitch.
Put on some muscle this year.
And he's going to ground out to first.
Take it to the back.
Just like that, he is retired.
One gone for Langford. Langford finds himself 2 for 2 now on the day. Sophomore from Trenton, Florida. Both these programs obviously have the ability to recruit nationally and have done so very well, but I think you can throw a rock at any part of the state of Florida and you're going to wind up hitting a really good prospect. I mean, you could just feast on it.
All right, so 2 balls, no strikes at this at-bat.
Well, there's some serious competition for those guys, no doubt about it. A lot of programs that are
foul ball, strike 1.
Level, fighting for those players. So, yes, all of them are going to, form their roots with Florida players. But it is interesting to see when they step out and get some kind of.
They're playing these long abs for no reason.
The state, and usually when they do, those are big time.
All right, 2 balls, 1 strike. Wait, no Schlesinger to throw the damn ball already.
Looking from Schlesinger. We've got Ryapel on deck. He's not a Florida product. He's the transfer from Coastal Carolina. We were talking earlier, Berkey, about
the transfer portal and the impact it'll have on college baseball. I wanted you to be able to expand on that a bit after the 3-1 pitch, strike 2, down on 1 knee.
Now it's a full count.
Adrian Beltre hack right there by Wyatt Langford. I don't think he was trying to hit a backside single. Mike, let it rip, young fella.
And just like that, he is going to first.
Today, and that will bring up Riot Bell.
Base on balls. Meanwhile, coming up next to the bat for the Gators is Tim Tebow. Not really. He had number 15. I just want to say that. It's actually BT Real Pale. He's actually coming up the bat for the Gators.
But the new status of college athletics is that it's a reality, and coaches, whether they like it, don't like it, they're going to lose players, they're going to get players, and it's all about who manages it the best, right? I do think it'll be interesting to see as we get a little deeper into this new era. Is will the NCAA put any kind of guidance around it, where you're only allowed to, enter the portal in certain segments and that kind of thing? But,
meanwhile, just down the middle,
it's a new landscape, and for these
strike
coaches
one.
to have opportunities to be destination programs, they get to pick off guys like Ryapel and Burke from programs that I'm sure are desperate to keep them, but these kids want different opportunities. Well, you just take the margin of error out of the equation, right? Because even if it's a lower level, the mid-major programs we're alluding to, that's a quality baseball. And so if a guy is raking at that level, chances are he's going to be more ready than a 19-year-old freshman in this league.
Ooh, barely. He got him out, though.
First is Ryapel. Second time he's dropped one down, sacrificed back in the first. Well, that one will go down as a sacrifice, but I think Mr. Ryapel was trying to drop one down off the lefty that maybe he didn't feel real comfortable against, because this is later, and you can tell he just didn't quite get the angle. But yeah, pretty interesting from a young man who hit 12 home runs and already has a couple early in the year that he's now voted twice in the ballgame. Right. That'll do it for Schlesinger.
Hey, is they already over with? After only 11 pitches? Come on. Dang. So McFarland's going to be up the boot. I think he can stop. So McFarland's going to be up the bat.
See, Iconic is time. Iconic doesn't need to brag, say I told you so, or point to the rafters, or mark when it dumps on your head. Iconic, let the numbers do the talking, and the game do the walking. Iconic makes room for the new school too, because Iconic knows where its business is fueled to where it's going.
The tournament, a history of ACC men's basketball.
All right.
9 to 10, Monday at 9 p.m. Eastern on ACC Network.
What does the future of strength look like? It's a personal trainer that assesses your strength and adds weight as you progress. It's dynamic weight that adjusts for you in real time for a more efficient workout. Come on! And it's a roster of coaches
keep grinding, doing my
to
thing.
get stronger.
Gearing up for my next vacation. It will be a staycation. I'll be doing some things here. My birthday is coming up April 3rd.
Wait for it.
Doing some things on April 2nd. If you're interested in getting together, let me know. I got a couple ideas. Well, one main idea for the second, some friends and stuff, get together at the Olive Garden. Hanging out with Rosario Grillo and Hanat, a.k.a. TSF, the Nightmare Factory and AEW Pro Wrestling. He's been in talks. I've met him a couple times already, and I've spoken to his tag partner, Rosario. So YouTube, TSF, AEW, or TSF, Hunter Knott, Rosario Grillo. We do chat on Instagram and stuff. And I supported one of their Twitch streams the other night. Two good guys.
There's something there right now. I think that's score. I don't know about that.
which is bad guys, but they're also good and whatever. And we're trying to work something out for Saturday, April 2nd. Got a couple friends already. I'm looking forward to coming. If you're interested, please let me know. Maybe I'll throw something at the house on my birthday, April 3rd. Just let me know. I plan on, like I said, you know, I live my life for me.
I just want to make sure y'all caught that. That shit was funny. Did I ever change? Okay, I'll change the score. We good. Okay, Josh reveals something. He's gonna celebrate his birthday. He's gonna celebrate his birthday at the Olive Garden. Who does that? Except old white hacks. I'm talking about female white hacks. I mean, female old hacks. They was always something. Okay. That's one ball, one strike for. Okay. All right, one ball, one strike for Rivera. On that note, as y'all know, McFarland is now in for Schlesinger on the mound for the Hurricanes. I expect old white female hags to say something like that. Celebrate birthday. You don't even know that was Twitter. I don't even know where you had. I might even show up for that one. Foul ball. Swear about 2 strikes, by the way. That's gonna be my next ticker.
Overall, they had put base runners on. They sent 7 to the plate and a 3-run first.
All right.
1-2 to Rivera.
It's gonna be a hit. No, looks like he's gonna be out, and the side's gonna be retired. It's now go to the bottom of the 5th. Gators still clinging to a 4-1 lead.
Look closely. This $50 Buffalo gold piece was the purest gold coin ever struck using.
All right, time to change the banner. Change part of the banner now.
Pure 24-karat gold. The U.S. government had to stop production because of a shortage of specially made gold blanks. It's no wonder the price of that edition has gone through the roof. Now you can reserve your own copy clad in 14 milligrams of 24-karat gold. The final issue price was to be set at $50 per proof. But now, this private non-monetary 24-karat gold-clad masterpiece can be yours for only $9.95. With gold up over 500% since 2001, price can only be guaranteed for 7 days. Each new 2022 $50 gold Buffalo Tribute proof is clad in 14 milligrams of 24-karat gold. It's proof struck and utilizes the famous Buffalo nickel design. Strict limit of 5 proofs per color. You must hurry. Call now.
Order call 1-800-756-4129. Strict limit of 5 proofs per caller.
Timmy Manning, folks, has been outstanding today.
All right, let me turn that down. Okay, that was pretty funny. I had to let y'all hear that right quick. It was good. We're now at the bottom of the 5th. I don't know if Timmy Manning's going to come back out here or O'Sullivan's going to go another route. Okay, we're going to keep him out there. 5 strikeouts, 1 earned run, 3 hits. He's having a good game today. And hopefully he's planning on having another great inning. Hopefully the Gators can still hold the Hurricanes to only 1 run when the 5th inning is all said and done. I don't mean giving up a run in this inning. I mean literally they got 1 run so far, and hopefully at the end of the 5th they'll still only have that 1 run. Meanwhile, Leverson is up to bat for the Hurricanes. He's shaking his Levinson, excuse me, not Leverson, but he's shaking his head after that foul ball just now. He's from Oviedo, Florida. Is that in there? Yes, it is. Strike 2.
He will face the bottom part of the lineup, 8, 9, and 1 due up for the Canes, beginning with Zach Levinson, who's over 1.
His next pitch. Ooh, on the outside, ball 1.
Blake Cornell loosening up for the Gator bullpen.
And he is going to be out. Won't be on strikeouts, though, but he is out. And Levinson is quickly retired just like that.
Gator defense that normally ranks top 10 nationally. They have 24 errors up the middle alone. And Kevin O'Sullivan said, we need to clean that up this year. And to this point, they're fielding at 986 clip.
Come on, don't take Pirelli. Come on, Timmy. Don't take Pirelli's head off now. You almost took that man's head off.
Every year,
Just for that, it's ball one.
The Gator defense will be one of the nation's best, right?
What are you doing, Timmy? Man, trying to take Pirelli's head off. That's like 2 pitches that almost went to his head. Relax, man. You done good so far. Don't start messing up.
Always had the ability to run some
3 balls, no strikes. Lisa, that last pitch wasn't to his head. Still.
First rounders on the mound and a defense that would just
that's better. Strike 1. Do that next 2 pitches. You ain't Watson. Go figure. Go fucking figure. Yeah, I can see a pitcher change coming within the next 2 pitches. 2 batters, excuse me.
For Manning, whenever you hear that type of stat, you get a little bit nervous. How will he hold up?
Okay, cut that down. I'm getting hot.
71 pitches thus far.
CJ Capers. He was hit by a pitch and he struck out. That is his stats for today.
Back at the top, and CJ Capers struck out and got hit by a pitch.
All right, strike him out. Or at least, or get a double play and we got this inning.
Just a little bit outside on that one. 1 ball, 1 strike to count. A 4-1 lead for Ford. A rubber game of the series here in the 5th.
Strike 2.
Crowds are typically a little thinner.
Nope, ball 2.
Ordinarily be. I'll tell you this, watching the games on Friday and Saturday, you could not find an empty seat at Mark Light Field. All 3 games technically a sellout.
It's Florida, Miami. What do you expect? Oh no, down low. So it's 3 balls, 1 strike now.
Friday and Saturday night, it might be rock and rolling if the Canes can put a crooked number on the board here in the 5th. Yeah, you start to feel a little bit, right? The crowd's starting to feel. There's a little more noise in the building right now. Manning looks like he's getting a little shaky deeper in the ball game, and there you go.
All right, O'Sullivan, you gotta take him out. You gotta take him out.
Like you said,
not that he's fucking up, but I feel like he's losing it. Gotta take him out.
To get 5 and get a win. Timmy Manning would love to get 5, but starting to show some signs of fatigue, and that's going to do it for the lefty.
All right, I gotta take him out.
He didn't get through 5, but he was fantastic. 70 really quality pitches, just the 1 run, but he was all that
he did good though. But yeah, that fatigue was catching up to him on last couple of pitches. So yeah, it was time for him to get out the game.
Our first look at a very talented Gator bullpen when we come back from Miami.
Meanwhile, we're gonna take a quick break after these messages. As Florida makes their first pitcher change of the day.
Well, we have officially reached the battle of the bullpen status here in the fifth.
All right, so Blake Purnell is going to come in now. Freshman out of Boynton Beach, Florida. So I think he's not too far from Miami, if I remember correctly.
The freshman at Boynton Beach, Florida. Purnell worked 2 innings on Friday night. Got redshirted last year. Typically chews up righties.
All right, so let's see what happens here now. After the pitcher change, Hurricanes have men on second and first with 1 out, and Burke is now up to bat. Jacob Burke, that is. I thought I was going to get his name right. But yeah, he's up to bat for the Hurricanes. As he's hoping to at least get a run on the board for the Hurricanes. Meanwhile, Purnell is just trying to hope that he can force Burke to bat himself into a double play to get out this inning, or at least strike him out, whichever one happens first. Oh, there it is. No. He was off the base. He was off the base. So the double play does not happen, but we do get the out at second. So Burke is going to reach first safely. They could have turned that. It was just, he was just off the base. That's all it was.
There to finish that ball. You can't ask for anything better than that by Blake Purnell to come in 1 pitch and almost got him out of the inning.
All right, so Yohani Morales is up. So Meadows third and first. Got 2 out, so still got a chance to go ahead and.
You got to cheat right here, Mike. If you're Yo-Yo, you got to get the head out right here and take a chance. I think Florida showed you last about how they want to get you out. And now that you're ahead to count 1-0, now you really got a chance. You got an arm side run fastball on the mound, meaning that ball's going to run towards the side that he releases it from, which is right into
take your time, Purnell. Let's get out this inning.
If he can get the head out, right? If not, you end up getting chewed up like Jacob Burke just did. But you got a 1-0 count. Who cares if you swing and miss a slider? If I was Yo-Yo right here, I'd be trying to get the head out and see if you can't tie this ball game up. Purnell has been nothing short of spectacular this year.
Yeah, that would probably get a home run in order to tie this game up. He's not going to do it doing that. Strike 1.
Spot of the game thus far for Miami. Morales is 0 for 2.
Pop fly. Stay in play. Stay in play. Nope, it's going to be a out of play foul. Strike 2.
There you go.
As I stay in play, so you can make a play.
1-0 pitch looked like a pretty good pitch. It kind of out over the middle of the play, but for whatever reason, Yo-Yo didn't pull the trigger. He got one up and in there, just maybe a little too tall to get the barrel to. And now you're in a tough spot, right? You got that 3-quarter delivery, and you got to defend the slider and the sinker that's coming in on your hands. Two on, 2 outs in a 3-run game here in the 5th inning. Rydell puts up the target for Purnell. Popped him up again.
We got another foul.
You never know with that wind blowing across. That's true. Like, yeah, it almost came back there. Hey, how about that little club level section there down the right field line? That'd be a decent place to watch it. Hey, now, that's the way to go right there. About 79 degrees right now in Coral Gables. Nice comfortable breeze. Does that just not look like?
Hey, it's 79 degrees in Coral Gables, but it's 80 degrees here.
Maybe a drink with a
That's weird.
umbrella on top. That's how I roll.
That's foul? It says a foul.
And if you want to know why guys wear shin guards, you see guys go up to bat with shin guards. Yes, some of them just like to look cool, but this is why. Get to sink, oh my goodness, right in on the front shin, and that will leave a mark. I still have bumps on my shins that have never healed from wearing sinkers off of my leg like that.
yo-yo, shaking it out. And this is one of those paper, rock, scissors moments as a hitter where you go, okay, he just chewed me up. I just fouled it off of my shin. Now, is this guy going to go right back in there, or is he going to go back to the slider? You can tell he's fine physically, but now it's about getting your mind reset of, okay, what am I going to look for? And the reality is, in a 1-2 count, Cornell's got it right where he wants to, because he can go off either edge of the plate here and try to induce a swing and miss. Telly at third, Burke at first. 2 down, a 3-run game and a 1-2 count to one of the preeminent hitters in the ACC. Yo-yo.
And Mercer is pulled away from Furman in that women's basketball game. And we're going to get another foul, by the way. That was out the development center.
Got away with one there, Mike. That was right.
The player development center, to be more specific.
You can tell Yo-yo maybe just a touch. Thinking about the breaking ball there was just a touch tardy to get the barrel to that one, because that was a mistake there on the 1-2 pitch. Now the 1-2 off the end of the bat.
Okay, that's going to be in play. And Fabian's going to make the play and finally decide it's retired. And the 5th inning comes to a close. So after 5, Gators still clinging to a 4-1 lead over the Hurricanes.
There are all kinds of products in this world, things that make life easier or more fun. But New York Life's product is different. It's 12,000 experts whose responsibility is to be there, to guide you through the happiest and most difficult times. People who know the most valuable things in life aren't things at all. This is our product. This is what we do.
Just right quick.
Why?
So South Carolina and Kentucky will be playing at 2 o'clock in the women's final over in the women's SEC tournament, and that's a championship there.
This is my first time trying on glasses at home.
And honestly, I think South Carolina is likely going to win the tournament. I think this is their year.
Virtual try-on is perfect. Like they look like they're on my face, but look at this. Just swipe and switch.
These are just
I think you got on. Ooh, they look good.
that was so easy. They make it so.
And they got glasses commercial. All right, we'll go from glasses commercials to the game.
Yeah, there's a lot of good seats at the ballpark.
Alex Rodriguez Park at Mart Light Field, Coral Gables, Florida. As y'all know, Alex Rodriguez, one of the baseball greats in the MLB, played his collegiate career here with the Miami Hurricanes. Meanwhile, 6th inning is now underway. McFarland is, still on the mound for the Hurricanes. And just like that, on the first contact, back. See ya. Wouldn't want to be ya.
Another no doubter. The Gators put a 5th run on the board.
That one is out of here.
Get off the field against the other team's best player, and then your veteran goes launch piece, and I'm talking about a flat-out no-doubter off the palm trees to left by Kendrick Calilau. This one going to hit the top of that palm tree, and a bomb by the Gators' first baseman. He hit the home run yesterday on a hanging breaking ball that really put it out of reach for Miami. Have yourself a series.
What is that? Calilau? There's a Calilau with a homer? Nice. Keep up the good work, Kendrick. Okay. Meanwhile, Derek Fabian is up to bat now. He's 0 for 2 today.
We're going to play more short game. We're going to drop down some more bunts. There's still a whole lot of juice in those bats.
Oh, let's play one more time.
Something tells me Sully's fine with the long ball. Yeah,
I just think he wanted to be prepared, maybe not knowing exactly how much juice was in this lineup to play a different style. And look, I don't care what sport you're playing. Every offense should be multi-dimensional, right? I don't think it makes sense in any sport to just lean on one facet of an offense. And I think the best teams in every professional league score in different types of ways, whether that's just talk about basketball, baseball, or football, but even if you're talking about golfing, right? Like you got to be able to hit the ball, you got to have a short game, you got to be able to make putts. Like, and so for Sully to look at his offense and go, hey, man, I feel like we've gotten too dependent on the long ball. To me, that's just lies. We need to steal more bags. We need to lay down more bunts. We got to be able to move runners and whatever the game calls for. We want to be.
And meanwhile, Fabian's going to walk the first, apparently, because I was not really paying attention. I was posting on Twitter about the home run that just happened.
But the power will play at most ballparks because they've got that kind of lineup. And then you've got.
So now Corey Robertson's up to bat. Also 0-2 with a strikeout today.
It wasn't all together last year. I think that's the common theme for both these head coaches when we talked to them earlier.
And just off the rip, strike one.
Is that Miami and Florida were talented last year? Yes, but maybe not the best chemistry in the world. In fact, Sully told us they put together a 30-minute video to show all their players of guys from those 2010, 2011, 2012, of course, the national championship team, 2017, to let you know, like, we're not doing this again. I mean, the series is good, but they lost 2 out of 3, and that raised a lot of eyebrows. And we're going to show sheer emotion. We're going to show energy. That's the way we play the game here in Florida. And he wasn't getting that last year at times. He didn't get it early on this year, and he didn't want to let it fester. He just pumped the brakes and said, nope, let's all get together. Let me show you how we do it. Let me show you how great players of the past in this program have done it. Those great players, many of them, are now in the bigs. Yeah, I think it's always good to remind the guys, like, this is who you're representing for the name on the front of the jersey. Like, every player wants to represent well for the name on the back of the jersey, but when you get a group of guys that are locked into playing for each other and playing for the name on the front, those are usually your great teams, your teams that mean the heart. You know, I do think, though, Sully was very upfront.
Meanwhile, the Hurricanes women's basketball team is about to toe the nails. They're down 60-47 with 57 seconds left in the game.
But Sully.
Oh, looks like the umpire. Looks like the umpire got hit by the ball. What's going on, Valix? This is all right, quick. Go right back to the game. Just 1 second. Okay, I've been checking out. Make sure the umpire all right. Oh, game over. NC State wins. NC State wins their third straight ACC championship. So Miami Hurricanes took 1L today with the women's basketball program. Well, they took 2. This time with the baseball program. All right, looks like we're back in action now. No balls, 2 strikes for Robinson.
Starts with energy and emotion. Sometimes, as hard as it is to believe, especially probably for a guy like you, Bert, sometimes you don't see that out of every college player in general. No, and especially when you got a younger group, a group that didn't finish the year before very strong. Like, sometimes it takes you into the season before that group finds its own swagger.
Ooh, down low. Way out. Strike 1. I mean, ball 1, excuse me. I said strike 1.
Nobody out. The 9-hole hitter, Corey Robinson, at the plate is over 2.
Meanwhile, North Florida is up top, 5-0 on Boston College. They're now on the top of the second. South Carolina and Clemson, we going at it at 3 o'clock. This is baseball, by the way, not softball. As y'all know, softball, Virginia Tech and Clemson are playing each other there. And Corey Robinson is going to accumulate his second strikeout of the day as he's quickly sent back to the bench. Meanwhile, in softball, here's your softball scores. FSU, but more so the ACC side. FSU's up 5-3. Oh no, it's tied up 5-5. And we still got no score between Virginia Tech and Clemson, as they're both now in the top of the fifth. Meanwhile, top of the third, down over in Atlanta, Duke and Georgia Tech, no score there. And Virginia is down 5-0 to Tennessee, as that game is now in the bottom of the fourth. And I already read that one. Notre Dame on top of Lehigh. And the Hurricanes are going to make a pitcher change here. So McFarland's day is done. And Notre Dame finishes out records 4-3 in 9 innings there. So good day for Notre Dame. Now they can get in the ACC in football. Everything be all right with the world. And Boston College is toting the L right now. They're down 4-0 to Charlotte. That game is in the top of the seventh. So Boston College quickly needs to score some runs. Otherwise, that game is over. Louisville tied with Hofstra 2-2, as their game is in the top of the fifth. And Syracuse, NC State, both tied in the top of the fifth as well, but 4-4. And North Carolina's up 6-0 over UConn there in the bottom of the second. These are ACC softball scores, by the way. And then North Carolina also has another game at 5:30, this time against UNC Greensboro. So those are your updates with ACC softball. I guess I gotta go ahead and do my bracket next week. Well, I can't do it next week. The conference tournament still gotta happen. Or maybe I can do it. Yeah, so a week after I have to do my bracket.
Matt Rodolunas is the new pitcher for the Hurricanes, the left-hander, another guy.
Matt Rodolunas. That's a long last name. Anyways, junior from Madison, New Jersey. He is now on the mound for the Hurricanes. Gators have a man on first with 1 out. Holding on to a 5-1 lead as just recently Kendrick Kalilau much one out of here. We put the Gators up 5-1 to start off the 6th inning. Meanwhile, in college basketball, Michigan is holding on to a 4-point lead against Ohio State. Longwood up 72-52 over Winthrop in the Tires championship game, whatever.
He's got one now.
They're in the final 3 minutes of that game. Looks like Longwood is going to close to a victory there. Okay, Big South championship, but Longwood's still going to close to a championship. Meanwhile, I'm just going to call him Lunas. I don't got time to pronounce his last name. So Luna's first pitch is a strike.
It's all good now.
That was macaroni and cheese.
Like me trying to find my keys on a daily basis.
Kind of craving that right now.
Scavenging every pocket, looking around home plate. I hate when that happens.
Well, you got to deal with it. Show your city. I heard that whoever said that in the crowd.
Two base knocks for Halter. Single in the first.
Meanwhile, this is Halter at the bat for the Gators.
Gators with 7 hits. Again, they've had traffic on the diamond every inning. But the second, Miami is turning this into a Johnny Holstaff kind of day. And the 5th pitcher of the game. Looper.
Oh, what a catch.
That's the 4th of the game. And the 2nd for Burke in center field.
Jacob Burke makes the catch there in the outfield. Diving catch, that is. And that will be the 2nd out of this inning. Top half of the inning. Alex Rodriguez will be so proud.
Fabian and Thompson. I mean, it has been an impressive display by the outfielders on both of these clubs. And Jacob Burke throwing his hat in the ring to take away a knock from Kobe Halter. That's about the only way you're getting Halter out these days. I'll go back to the quote, "Plays like his hair is on fire." You got to let that salad flow after the cap fell off during the dive and grab. It's a big second out. Here's Fabian. Wild pitch, and that'll easily advance the runner. So Judd Fabian is trying to drive in Derek Fabian. It's got to be pretty cool for Mom and Dad, right? Oh, yeah. Which of the Gator starters from Ocala? You got the Fabian brothers and you've got Sterling Thompson. It's become a very fertile recruiting ground for Kevin O'Sullivan. Not far from the campus of the University of Florida.
What's going on now? One ball, no strike. I do see that. I do see Fabian advance up to second after that wild pitch.
Extremely deliberate on the mound.
This is the opposite of Timmy being probably struggling to find any kind of rhythm since entering the game.
Ooh.
After all that, throws one in the dirt.
Fabian almost was able to advance to third on that one. So 2 balls, no strikes. After 2 bad pitches by Radalunas. Now I feel like I can pronounce his name correctly.
We all cringe simultaneously.
Here's what I love about Romero, though. He secured the ball first, didn't he? He got the ball first. Figure the rest out later.
Romero is actually good friends with Gator shortstop Josh Rivera. They played for the same Cape Cod team last summer. Romero can enjoy a little bit of a laugh over that moment. Somebody's going to have bragging rights after this game.
Yeah. And the transfer from Vanderbilt, of course, he's used to seeing the Gators. Now seeing them in a different uniform and a different kind of rivalry. But certainly Vanderbilt, Florida have their own very intense rivalry.
And
they might have intentionally walking Judd Fabian. So much for the chance for one brother to knock in the other. Instead, you've got 2.
When do Florida play Vanderbilt this year?
One at first, one at
Get out of mind as far as if I want to stream that game. Had a lot of fun streaming the Florida Vanderbilt game last year. I think Florida won that game. I think Vanderbilt took 2 out of 3 in that series, and the one game that Florida won was again on one of the streamers. So
this is, if you're Radalunas, like this is where you're going to make your money. If you're going to really carve out a niche here with this Gators pitching staff, this is one of those at bats, right? You got 2 outs, 2 on against a really good left-handed hitter. And we talked earlier in the game about these head coaches sifting through their roster and trying to figure out exactly what they have as the season unfolds. Like these are the kinds of moments. Radalunas hasn't necessarily looked super sharp yet to this point, but if he got Alter to pop out, and he can erase Thompson here, you got to feel pretty good about using him in these situations against tough left-handers.
No, like Florida's not getting obliterated when they do lose. Like they lost 2 games to Liberty. It was 6-4, and then 3-5. Florida's one of the obliterated opponents, so they destroyed FAMU 17-0. All right, but coming up next, Florida gets the day off tomorrow. Then they are back at it on Tuesday. 2 game set with the Jacksonville Dolphins as Florida returns back to Le Crib. And I'm not talking about my stream either. And then they got a 3 game weekend set with Seton Hall right after that, also in Gainesville. And then after Seton Hall, March 15th, 9 days from now, Florida gets their first crack with the other rival on the other side of the country, other side of the state, excuse me. I would say other side of the country. With Florida State, they'll be coming to Gainesville that day. And then Florida gets in the heart, and then Florida gets into the SEC play 2 weeks from now. First team on the dock will be Alabama. And that's the next time Florida will be on the road after today. As they'll head up to Tuscaloosa on that one.
Will he challenge Thompson? Will Thompson get the green light?
Oh, Florida, Georgia on ESPNU on March 31st.
Most of those not even close.
I might get another idea. Florida plays Georgia and Athens that same weekend, and Florida's supposed to play Auburn in Auburn.
We saw how good already Blake Cornell.
Okay, it's supposed to be going to Athens on April 2nd, then Auburn on April 3rd. We shall see. I said nothing set in stone yet. I like to see these guys in action too. Unfortunately, they're not coming to Auburn this year, but they're gonna be in Athens, so that's not too far. Plus, you know, I've been told to go scope out the bar scene in Athens anyway, so. I have been to Athens before when I was like 7 or 8 years old, but I've not been as an adult, so that could be a game. That could be something to do. Might just go there. Like 2 o'clock. I don't know what it took to get to Athens. They got 2.5 hours. Shit, I mean, I have to leave at 11 something in the morning if I were to get to Athens for that game. Okay, here we go. This is where I'm looking for. April 15th, 16th, and 17th. Florida at Vanderbilt. Friday's game is going to be on ESPN The Deuce. Oh, all 3 of these games on TV. Friday's game is on ESPN The Deuce. Saturday's game is going to be on SEC Network, not SEC Network Plus, the actual SEC Network. And then Sunday's game is going to be on ESPN University. So I'll be able to catch all 3 of these games. And then Florida will make their triumphant return to the ACC Network on April 12th when they go up to Tallahassee to play the Seminoles. And in the second game between will be on March 29th. That game will be in Jacksonville right after the LSU series, right before the Georgia series. So I'm gonna keep that game in mind. You know, April 2nd, Florida at Georgia in Athens, because I can still go because Florida, the softball team will be in Auburn till Sunday. So if I go to Athens on Saturday, that game, then I can go to Auburn on Sunday. Then Sports Live and ATO might get happy. Hey, those might actually stop by in Atlanta on the way back. Not really. I don't want to meet any wrestlers. I'm sure as hell don't want to go to Olive Garden. Well, Guadaluna's day is already done. So Anthony Arguelles is up to on the mound for the Hurricanes. He is a junior. He went 4-1 with a 4.34 ERA, 9 walks, 16 strikeouts last year. And the bases are loaded with 2 outs. Come on, grand slam basically all but in this game right here. We'll see what happens. You know, like I said, it's a month away. And like I said, I still got some things I got to take care of. And the good news is most of the stuff, you know, it's looking possible that the stuff can get taken care of within the next 2 weeks, so which is good for me.
Kind of mixed results. Obviously, the game hasn't gotten away from them yet, but if it does right here,
I've been on. Yeah, the main thing I do have to do is wash my car.
Start to go.
So that's the main thing I have to do.
Really done a nice job with what felt like.
That don't like it's going to happen this week because it's supposed to rain in a couple of days. So we'll see how the weather looks after this weekend. You know, if we get a couple of sunny days from this weekend up until not this weekend, next weekend to the weekend after, then maybe I'll go wash my car around off the week of St. Patrick's Day. Meanwhile, 1 ball, 1 strike.
A 6-run lead.
Arguelles is going to try to avoid walking his batter because he knows a walk will drive in a run. 2 balls, 1 strike.
Talking to Sully, he loves Laker. A local kid, great story. He could always hit, but he needed to lean down a little bit. Around 220 now. Just wanted to see him kind of transform his body a little bit, feel more comfortable.
Meanwhile, that's in play. Yes.
The Gators getting much needed insurance.
Do we drive 2 runs home? Yes, we do. All right. Langford with the 2 RBI. Was it double? I missed what base he was on, but nonetheless, 2 RBIs.
That reminds me. Watch him in his legs here. This is like Harrison Bader 2.0. I'm not saying he's going to play center field for the Cardinals, but if you talk about strong, athletic, and explosive, Wyatt Langford.
Okay, 2 RBI double.
So right in the middle of this Florida lineup, and what a bullet that was down the left field line as the Gators are now stretching this thing out.
So he said they didn't have a position for him last year, but after losing some bulk, they now feel comfortable putting him in left field, and you see what the bat does.
His position is cleanup hitter. That's it. Yeah. That definitely plays. What position do you play? Hitter. That's what Wyatt Langford is. And they'll figure out a spot for him. But like you said, he's turned himself into certainly a serviceable outfielder. Man, you keep doing damage like he's done to start this year. You can live with a few balls maybe falling in from time to time.
It's the 4th trip to the plate for Ryabell, but he doesn't have an official at bat. Sacrificed twice, he has walked once. He's the 8th Gator hitter to come to the plate here in the road half of the 6th inning. All that mixing and matching.
All right, there we go. That posted on Twitter.
Word from Miami today is Florida has really touched up every pitcher they've seen. Touched up in the form of base runners. This has been the biggest inning since the first. 3 in the first, 1 in the third, 3 here in the 6th inning. 8 hits, several walks. Florida offense, which was stymied a bit on Friday night, and quite frankly was quiet for a good portion of the game last night before the Gators really pounced late in the win against Miami.
You got another one? No. That's it. Size retired. So Gators add 2 runs thanks to Langford with his 2 RBI double. And just like that, Gators extend their lead to 7-1.
ED is difficult for me and for my partner. Through HIMSS, I can message a licensed provider about clinically proven ED treatments. Like the generic form of Viagra, which is backed by a 60-day money-back guarantee. Then HIMSS ships discreetly to my door for free. I never knew it could be this easy to get my confidence back. Now we can both count on a great experience every time. Love your results or your money back when you go to forhims.com.
Never be afraid of your strength. Because your body is capable of amazing things. The one they said you shouldn't have. The one driven by a power they can't see. Own your strength. And see how far it takes you. Tono, be your strongest.
Each year, Americans waste $21 billion by overpaying on car insurance. That's why I went to thezebra.com. Because while every company claims to save you money on car insurance, the Zebra shows you who actually can.
Compare car insurance for free at thezebra.com today.
Selling on Poshmark is crazy simple. All you have to do is post a picture, add a description, add a price, and you're pretty much good to go. Right now I'm selling Air Jordans and Nikes and Adidas, anything really performance related or style related.
Download the free Poshmark app now.
Ron Frazier, Miami Hurricanes head coach from 1963 to 1992. Got him on Ring of Honor. Responsible for the first national title and maybe the second, or the first one in 1982.
If there was a Mount Rushmore of college baseball coaches, I mean, he's on it. I think we know the other names like Bertman and Pope, but he's certainly on it, and obviously he's a big influencer of so many in the sport, including Miami coach Gino DeMari.
All right, Matt Romero is up to bat for the Hurricanes. He is 0 for 2 today with a strikeout. As we now roll to the bottom of the 6th. Purnell still rolling on the mound for the Gators.
And if you turn
Purnell's hoping for 3 up, 3 down here.
you go through the dial, you saw the Ron Frazier TV show. I mean, he was way ahead of his time before a baseball coaching college would ever have a coaching show. He had one. He was larger than life in South Florida. Well, he was, and he is, really the kind of the godfather of the modern game, right?
Holy shit. Gators softball, 17-1 over Coastal Carolina. Nice job, girls. Nice job.
First hitter here in the bottom of the sixth, but you think about
Please play this way if I come up to Auburn. Even if I don't, still play that way anyway. Well, anyways, Purnell, of course, strikeout there.
And so Chris Lamonis came from Dan McDonald, right? So the impact of Ron Frazier on the modern game is as strong as any. You talk about the Mount Rushmore. I'd say Ron Dato, Ron Frazier, Skip Bertman, the Augie Garridos probably sure. If you're just going with four, that would probably be my top four. Ron Frazier and Ron Polk were really the two guys in the '80s that were making college baseball cool and fun and popular. And what we get to actually gain the benefits of that right today in the modern day game.
Oh, they played 11:30. Softball team did.
Promoters of the sport, and certainly that's what Ron Frazier was. He did make it cool. He did get a fan base that might have been a little bit apathetic about college baseball, and all of a sudden they were all in. I remember the first time I ever called a game at Duty Noble Field in Starkville when I saw all those sweeps down the line. I was like, how did that happen? Oh, Ron Polk sold them. And that's both those guys were salesmen too. So
2 balls, 2 strikes.
That's right, head coaches to start. Yeah, we got a bunch of 7-figure salaries in the sport of college baseball. So all those guys owe the guys before them certainly a lot of respect.
Yeah, that's another one.
Well, you give him a 6-run lead now, and he can just rear back and fire and not have to worry about making a mistake. Arm-side run, that's what we talk about. When you say arm-side run, that is the definition. You watch the ball just fade hard away from the left-handed hitter, and that's really good late life on that fastball there from Purnell. Ball 1-2 Gonzalez. That's 0 for 2 on the day.
Nope, no 3 up, 3 down. Hurricanes gonna get on the I'm gonna say get on the board. They don't reach base there.
By the way, the last strikeout, just to clarify, it was a pinch hitter, Mike Rosario. Carlos Perez is out of the lineup. Rosario is in the DH spot. Gonzalez gets his first hit at the 6th hole. Now the freshman made a highlight catch in the field, trying to collect his first hit of the day. Villegas.
Okay, back at the top now.
Joining us late, Timmy Manning will not qualify for the win. He finally got the hook in the 5th, but he was really sharp. I think if you're a Gator fan and you were wondering how that number 3 starter role looks, well, you were nothing but encouraged today by the performance from Timmy Manning. Does the 5-inning minimum rule need to be rethought? I mean, like in the world of openers, right? Like, how does a guy get 13 outs and not get the win? And let's just say Purnell ends up getting 9 outs or something, and he'll end up with the win.
Okay, it was 2 strikeouts. Okay.
It doesn't. I mean, heck, Purnell could have gone 2 outs and gotten the win, as opposed to Manning, who clearly had the deeper impact. It's one of those things in the baseball statistical world, like it's been that way for 100 years. So I just figured
I just make sure I have the right information.
It doesn't tell the whole story, and clearly the way
coaches and managers approach starting pitching is
And the side is going to be retired. His foot was not on base, but he was able to make the tag, and he is out. And we're out of the sixth inning just like that. Only giving up one run. Only giving up one hit. But no runs were scored.
Instead of putting your vibe in words, we're putting it in the store.
Right back with the seventh inning.
Your personalized store. Take your style quiz at stitchfix.com.
See, iconic is time. Iconic, that's the numbers to the top, and the game to the walk.
The tournament, parts 9 and 10, Monday at 9 p.m. Eastern on ACC Network.
Look closely. This $50 Buffalo gold piece was the purest gold coin ever struck using .9999. That's 4 nines, pure 24-karat gold. The U.S. government had to stop production because of a shortage of specially made gold blanks. It's no wonder.
I haven't changed that. Top of the seventh. That's where we at.
You can reserve your own copy, clad in 14 milligrams of 24-karat gold. The final issue price was to be set at $50 per proof. But now, this private, non-monetary 24-karat gold-clad masterpiece can be yours for only $9.95, with gold up over 500% since 2001. Price can only be guaranteed for 7 days. Each new 2022 $50 gold.
And I'll be right back.
Proof is clad in 14 milligrams.
After that Liberty series, let's just say.
All right, we're back now. Made it back just in time. The seventh inning is now underway. Josh Rivera is up to bat for the Gators. And Hurricanes, on the other hand, they made a pitching change. Ronaldo Gallo is now on the mound for the Hurricanes. No balls, 2 strikes already.
Throwing all mid-majors in the same bucket, and they're just not. Yeah, the sport of college baseball, especially, right? There's the ability in sport of college baseball is like no other. Dave Susi, some bumps and bruises here.
All right, let's get it started.
No, I mean, look,
Let's get some more runs on the board.
Kentucky goes in and beats Mississippi State on Friday night, like on Landon Sims' start. That gives you all the info you need on how different college baseball is than the other two main sports in football and basketball.
And he strikes out. So Gallo will take down.
The knockoff the favorite. Rivera goes down on strikes.
So Gallo will take down Rivera on that one. And Kendrick Kalilau is up to bat now. Solo home run about an inning or two ago. So if he can add on.
Well, they beat the national seed to get there. That's right. I mean, they beat North Carolina, who's the #1 overall seed. You think, heck, speaking of Texas A&M, Penn just went down there and beat them 2 out of 3, right? Harvard.
1 ball, 1 strike.
Like, I mean, it's pretty crazy how regularly you will see the underdogs beat the big boys in college baseball. Kalilau had a big home run on the left this last time. What about the new eras, if you will, at
LSU and Texas A&M. Your thoughts with the fits there? Well, I think
get a hit. No, it's going to be ground out.
Do a fantastic job at Texas A&M. He's just the track record is too long and illustrious. He's done a fantastic job, I think, of putting a A+ staff around him with Nolan Kane, and we know that he's been able to recruit at a very, very high level. And Nate Yeske, the pitching coach. So I have no doubt that A&M will get there. Now, the truth is, it's not going to happen overnight. The series loss to Penn is an example of just how far they probably have to go to get back to the top of the SEC West. But I think they will no doubt get there. And Jay Johnson has done a fantastic job at LSU of, I think, really connecting.
All right, so Derek Fabian's up the bat for the Gators. I'm going to say the Hurricanes.
With so many great teams and players.
Hopefully Fabian will get back on base again.
And, you bring over a kid who might end up being a top 5 pick in the draft, and Jacob Berry, who's the national freshman of the year. That's one way for the fans to like you quickly, right? I think Jay Johnson will end up being a terrific hire for us.
Strike one.
Western Division. If it wasn't difficult enough, it's just going to get more and more beefy. Arkansas.
Ball 3.
They're hungry after the year miss last year. Losing to NC State. Decisive game 3 of a packed house at Bowling Stadium.
And he's going to first. So Derek Fabian back on base again. On balls again. So maybe we can get something started here in the top 7th after all. Quickly, because Gators already got 2 outs.
And LSU has been good, not great to this point. Arkansas has been, I would say, underachieving to this point, even though they've won their series. It hasn't been maybe as electric as we expected it to be.
So Chris Armstrong's going to come in as a pinch hitter. He's a junior from Jupiter, Florida, which I know for sure is not too far from Miami.
As the SEC West was to start the year, I would say that the early returns have been a little bit disappointing from where I sit on what I was expecting to see. I don't want to knock Ole Miss too much. That was their first loss, but just as a whole, I think the SEC West has not played as well as I would have expected.
Yeah, I guess for me, just thinking long term, who knows what the rest of the season is going to look like for all those teams you mentioned. All those programs with the coaching hires that were recently made and the established guys already there, guys like Bianco, et cetera. I mean, that is a division that is going to be a gauntlet for years to come, I would imagine. There's always a chance somebody's going to do it. And pretty soon they do have it. I think all those programs appear to be on really good footing.
Oh, no. Let me be very clear. I am not down on the SEC West. I'm just saying, if you made me give them a letter grade today, based on what I thought, I would say, they've been maybe C plus, like for what I would have expected them to play like to this point. Now, they might still have 2 or 3 of those guys in Omaha. Wouldn't surprise me a bit.
Oh yeah.
But just not as smooth a sailing for everybody, probably other than Ole Miss up to this point, who again, did stub their toe yesterday.
This is Chris Armstrong, the talented switch hitter out of Jupiter.
He's going to ground out. And side's going to be retired. We're going to the 7th inning stretch. Gators hold on to a 7-1 lead.
For Miami, 1 base runner. Time to stand up and stretch. Gators up big.
There's a moment. The moment we ask,
what if? What if we could go further, jump higher, or run the whole thing? What if we could be who we're meant to be and become who we look up to? This is the moment it all starts. This is the moment it all starts. But only if we get the chance to have it. Cooking can be a chance to pause and be thankful for the
like a radiant color palette. The hypnotizing swirl of a recipe coming together. When it's finished, all that's left is to savor.
Go to HelloFresh.com and use code TV16 for 16 free meals plus 3 free gifts during our New Year's sale.
Hi, we're Warby Parker, and we're all about making vision care convenient. That's why we developed the Virtual Vision Test app. Use it to renew your expired glasses or contacts prescription from home with your phone in about 10 minutes. If everything looks good, a doctor will renew your prescription for $15. It's as easy as reading the eye chart at a doctor's office, except you're at home, on your phone, like you probably are right now. Download Virtual Vision Test today.
Set to go in the bottom of the seventh inning. It's the Gators 7. The Hurricanes won the rubber game of this 3-game series. The 264th beating all time. In those 263, only 8 runs separate the all-time run count. You see a family divided there. Gator fans at Mark Light Field, surrounded by the youngsters donning the Hurricane jerseys. The Hurricane faithful have not had much to celebrate today. Gators jumped out to a 3-0 lead in the first, and they've never looked back.
All right, so Renzo Gonzalez is up to bat for the Hurricanes as we're now in the bottom of the 7th. Hurricanes are trying. Hurricanes are going to try to play desperate. They're going to try to play more aggressive. Keyword is try, because they're down 6 runs, and they know they don't have too many outs left. They know they're going to have to get something going soon if they want to try to mount any comeback win in this game. Meanwhile, as for the Gators, they're going to try to keep cruising, and hopefully they can hold on to this big blowout lead. And that's the way to do it, is Purnell will strike out Gonzalez. So his time at the plate is brief. And Patelli looks like Patelli is coming up next for the Hurricanes.
On the plate and then work off of it. And these lefties from Miami are going to have to be disciplined on it. Then dropping a little backdoor breaker. Mr. Purnell got it all working right now. I was going to say, I mean, how do you lay off, not the last pitch, but the pitch before that, which we've seen a steady diet of from Purnell. Now he's just coming out of everything. But how do you lay off that pitch? Well, you got to recognize the seams, right? And, you know, one of the biggest components to being a good hitter is eyesight. You have to be able to recognize the trajectory and the rotation of the baseball. And when you see that thing two seaming away from you.
And that's going to be another quick out. All right.
Where it's going to finish.
Round out there.
That one started middle and finished on the edge. And by the time it got
so are we looking at a 3 up, 3 down?
It off the end of the bat to Kalilau. And that's why movement, you know, if you're not going to be a guy that has great velocity, then you better have pinpoint command or great movement. And Purnell, you know, the velo in today's world, you probably just call average. But boy, does he do a great job of making that baseball dance. The comp within the Gator camp that I heard was Byrne. Remember Byrne, the closer for Florida, and he didn't have electric stuff, but he was so hard to get anything off of. Yeah, he had command, and it was a very good swing. You talk about what you need to do with the baseball when you get arms to run if you're a lefty, which is keep your nose down.
3 up, 3 down.
Side of the field. CJ Capus right there putting on a clinic for some of these Miami hitters. What are you going to do with Blake Purnell? You're going to stay on the ball.
Yes, Patelli going to reach base with no problem there.
Right, so that's we talk about those swing decisions. The ball at least has to start.
Oh, that's Capus. My bad, not Patelli.
But then from an approach standpoint, you got to stay in that backside gap.
And Jacob Burke is at the plate now. He is 1 for 3 today. He has a single and an RBI.
Jacob Burke at the dish. What I love about Purnell, among everything else, is that he's pitching like a guy who's got a 6-run lead to work with. Not trying to nibble. No, but you know, the Michael Byrne comp is interesting because Byrne was a non-traditional closer in that it wasn't a ton of swing and miss. He was a contact closer.
Finish him.
You could see Purnell's obviously had some strikeouts here this afternoon, but you can see a similar type of guy here in Purnell, which is I'm going to work quick and use my defense as opposed to try to come out here and, you know, go 3-2 to every hitter and blow you away, right? Which we see from so many closers who are power arms. And again, we're seeing this out of Purnell. You're looking at a redshirt freshman.
This is on the road. Rubber game of a series against the top 25 opponent, Miami. Very encouraging. He's been dominating all year long.
Come on, strike him out. Get him out of here. Let's get out this inning.
3-1 to Burke with Morales waiting on deck.
Is it? All right. Judd Fabian makes the catch in the outfield. And now the side is officially retired as we're through 7.
Gators up by 6.
It's true. Everyone gets a free new Samsung Galaxy S22 with a Galaxy trade-in. Any year, any condition.
Really? You think my old phone looks like this? Why?
It's okay, people. You're trying to this.
It's not complicated. Everyone gets a free new Samsung Galaxy S22 with the Galaxy trade-in. Any year, any condition.
All right, change this to the top of the 8th because that's where we're heading.
Make life easier,
2 innings left.
more fun. But New York Life's product is different. It's 12,000 experts whose responsibility is to be there, to guide you through the happiest and most difficult times. People who know the most valuable things.
Okay, so we're gonna come right back since they're on commercial. Let's see what's going on. Okay, we got some women's college basketball here. SEC Championship, South Carolina Gamecocks and the Kentucky Wildcats. South Carolina's up to a 23-18 lead right now. 6 minutes, 33 seconds left in the second quarter. Down low. Don't deny, and they're going the other way. And got a travel move. So it's going to be Kentucky ball.
Cardoso transferred to South Carolina from Syracuse.
She is tall as hell.
Bringing that size.
Number 10. Okay, Letitia Amir. Oh, no.
Dunsany said that when she decided
Oh, Camila Cardoso. That's her name. She is tall as hell.
Distracted or get.
All right, let me get back to the baseball game. I'm sure it's back on now. Yep. Yes, we made it back. As we're now rolling into the 8th inning.
Did you ever hit the mat? Did you ever wrestle? No. I mean, just the thought, like even the position of those dudes, like makes my neck ache. You got a couple of bulging discs like I do, like the thought of grappling, it's not one that I'd like to go down the road of. No. I think you could have done it well. What weight class was Chris?
Meanwhile, 1 ball, 1 strike.
A couple discs ago.
As the Gators hope they can add some more runs on the board.
Had a chance. So I don't know. Well,
Just remember last night, yesterday, I don't know if it was last night or not, but yesterday, the Gators defeated the Hurricanes by a score of 8-1. There's a chance to duplicate that. Then on Friday, Hurricanes did take the first game 5-2. And that, so yeah, this is definitely the rubber match. Florida's trying to salvage the SEC's name in baseball since Georgia and South Carolina cannot handle their own business against their in-state rivals. Losing to the ACC. Hopefully Florida can be the team to defeat the ACC. They got 2 opportunities, one with Miami and one with Florida State. A win here will win this series for the Gators. And like I said, they still got 3 with Florida State. 1 in Gainesville, 1 in Tallahassee, and 1 neutral site game in Jacksonville. In fact, the first game with Florida State is 9 days from now, on March 15th. That game will be in Gainesville. Second game will be March 29th. Yeah, March 29th in Jacksonville. Because I knew it was right before the Georgia series. And then the third game, which is, I think is April 12th. That game will be in Tallahassee. And that game will be before the Vanderbilt series. And I'm going to try to do the Florida Vanderbilt game April 17th. That's Easter. Don't care. I don't celebrate Easter. But I may do that game on April 17th. Keep y'all in mind. I'll keep y'all updated on that. But in college basketball, college basketball will be over.
It's realistic.
Yeah, I'm gonna try to do some games, either a conference championship game, either ACC or SEC, or I'm gonna try to do a tournament game like I did last year. Like I did the Florida versus Oral Roberts game with how the hell Florida lose Oral Roberts is beyond me. Meanwhile, 2 balls, no strikes for Judge Fabian, who was up to bat. Made that 2 balls, 1 strike. Bernal Gallo's still out there for the Hurricanes on the mound.
So, can he get that down into the 40s or 50s and have a walk rate that would be comparable with that? To me, that would be a huge improvement.
Way on the outside, 3 balls, 1 strike.
But I think it really boils down to balls put in play. Now,
yeah, now I got me an interesting dilemma because I was talking about the Florida Auburn series in softball, April 1st through the 3rd. Now I found out that Florida will be playing Georgia in Athens, March 31st through April 2nd. I said that to set in stone, but instead of going to Auburn on April 2nd, I might plan on going to Athens April 2nd, then just go to Auburn on April 3rd. We'll see. We'll see. Because I still might just say go to Auburn April 2nd, and we'll see. I think April 2nd is also should be the day of the Final Four as well. I don't want to do too much migrating around. That's the day of the Final Four, which I strongly think it is.
Well, there are other factors.
Meanwhile, Fabian is going to walk the first.
So he had come into school early.
That's going to bring up Sterling Thompson, who is 1 for 3 today. He has an RBI single. He has a run, and he walked.
Obviously, you get the COVID year where you get an extra year of eligibility. And when your agent Scott Morris and you have some things going for you, if you don't love your draft position, you go back to school. That's what you do, right? But now this year, you got a little less leverage, right? Because you're a year older, and you now no longer, have the luxury of feeling like I go back to college and still be a normal age for the draft. So I do think there is more of, okay, this is the year, and from that standpoint, he might go higher just because a club knows he will be easier to sign, even if he doesn't greatly improve the strikeout totals. Thompson, the bat. Second game of the series, and Miami's had 8 walks, and that's really been the Achilles heel for the stats thus far. The base on balls, something that no doubt will have to be worked on as they get closer and closer to ACC play. By the way, to a man, I think the coaches in the ACC are happy to be back to a normal 30-game conference slate.
Ooh, way out top. 3 balls, no strikes.
In Charlotte last year, Gabby Sanchez and I were there for the ACC tournament. The 36 game, again, it was COVID. It was an unusual year. You try unusual things.
Yeah, I'll update some of the scores momentarily when we get to middle of the 8th.
I don't think any of the coaches will miss those extra 6 league games. No, they are tickled to have their normal schedule back. And, you get another 2 non-conference series, which should, most of them are probably going to help their win-loss record, but also it's 6 games where you're not beating your head against another NCAA tournament team that really took its toll. Be careful right here. I'm going to just say be careful in this one pitch.
Ooh, made contact, but it's going to be a foul. So strike 2. Got a full count now for Sterling Thompson.
The ACC is always going to have 6 to 10 teams in the tournament. It's just that talented of a league. There's that much investment in the league. And with that, to add a couple conference series, that was a really tough slate for those coaches to navigate. Battle continues here with Gallo.
They're full time on the hard guard. I'm still laughing at that one. Foul ball, by the way.
Thompson at 404. So you've got 2 Gators presently above 400.
So the stalemate was broken in Clemson. Virginia Tech wound up defeating them 4-2. Still no score between Duke and Georgia Tech as they are now on the bottom of the 6th. Tennessee still holding on to a 5-0 lead over UVA in the top of the 7th. It's the softball scores, by the way.
But you didn't want to watch. No, because that's the third time he's swung a ball for. He is up there to hit, and you just wonder, 7-1, but you just wonder, you know, he's had 4 pretty healthy hacks at balls that aren't even in the strike zone. I wonder if Gallo at some point is going to pull the string, because if he puts one over the heart of it, boy, Thompson is locked and loaded. What did Sully call him? One of the most underrated players in the country. I don't know how much longer he's going to be able to stay that way if he keeps putting up gaudy numbers. So the 8th pitch of the at-bat. Be careful.
Ooh, outside.
Inside, ball 4.
And Sterling Thompson's going to take his base.
Even though he might have been a little fooled on it, he thought that one might have caught.
So we got Fabian at second, Thompson at first.
I think that's one of those where you miss your spot, right? You're set up away and you yank back across the plate. I think if he's set up in, that's probably strike 3. But oftentimes, when a ball misses the mitt by that much, the call will go in the favor of the hitter, right? Certainly, Gallo thought he had strike 3. Romero did as well. Another walk for the Miami staff today. 2 on, 1 out. And here comes that man again.
Here comes that man again, Wyatt Langford. He's 3 for 3 today, so I feel good he's going to get another hit. Preferably a double. At least bring on Judd Fabian.
Strike 1. Maybe just took off.
Judd Fabian still third.
That is called shuffle, 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 go. You see on third base that what you're always trying to get is shuffle, shuffle, go, right? And watch this. Shuffle, 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 and then go. And Thompson did not follow him on the backside, but that is called a monster jump. You get 3 shuffles, you're safe. Nice job there by Romero to not even throw that one. Miami takes offense to that.
Who cares? They take offense to it. They can't take too much offense to getting their ass drugged. Now for sure, a hit by Langford will definitely bring home Fabian.
Yeah, you got 2 at bats left, right? You're up 6. You feel like the guy's just giving it to you. I don't know.
All right. Michigan defeats Ohio State 75-69 in men's basketball. So Ohio State is expected to drop out the top 25. Down low, 2 balls, 1 strike.
In the first couple games of this series, they're pretty quiet today. Yeah, I would say by Miami, Florida standards, this series.
NCAA record 44 straight NCAA tournaments, 54 All-Americans, 25 College World Series. That's Miami Hurricanes numbers. They got them posted up around the bullpen, dugout, excuse me. So now 3 balls, 1 strike for Langford, I think. Yep, Langford, yep.
Behind the middle of the order here, at some point somebody's going to hurt your feelings. We saw the swing the wide.
I'm going to hurt your feelings.
Almost came out of his belt buckle.
Down low, and Langford is going to take this base. So just like that, 3 straight walks, and the bases are loaded. And mind you, still only 1 out.
Enough to see another pitching change.
And here comes another pitching change by the Hurricanes.
Bases loaded, 1 out. Florida trying to deliver a knockout punch, leading it 7-1.
And they're going on commercial, so let me see if I can quickly pull up these scores. All right, so here's some updated scores in ML. I wish I could get out some scores in MLB baseball, but here's the scores in college baseball. The top 25. Oh, it's just the scores. Okay, so obviously you already know about Florida and Miami. I don't gotta say that. Ole Miss on top of UCF, 6-1. Ole Miss is ranked number 2 in the nation. Tennessee having their that game's in the bottom 7, the Ole Miss game. Tennessee having their way with Oklahoma, 6-0 on the top of the 7th. Florida State down 3-0 to Cal. They're in the bottom of the 8th. Come on, Cal, finish them off. Virginia Tech showing no mercy against Wright State, 13-0. By the way, it's not top 25. That game's in the top of the 6th. Virginia Tech is likely going close to a win there. I don't see them blowing a 13-run lead. If they do, they should cancel the rest of their season. UVA on top of Penn State, 6-1 in the top of the 6th. Coastal Carolina with a 2-1 lead over North Carolina, and they're at the bottom of the 5th. Duke handling their business with over Bucknell, 8-1. They're in the bottom of the 4th. North Florida, 7-1 over Boston College. They also in the bottom of the 4th. Over in Auburn, we got the Auburn Tigers on top of the Rhode Island, wherever the hell they are, 3-0, excuse me, in the top of the 4th. Missouri's up 3-2 over Tarleton in the top of the 2nd. Mississippi State trailing Tulane 2-0, and they're in the bottom of the 3rd. Alabama up 2-0 on Murray State, top of the 3rd. Texas Tech and Merrimack just getting started. And last but not least, over in the Peach State, Georgia on top of Georgia Tech, 1-0 in the Sports Live and ATL series. That game is in the bottom of the 3rd. Let me see if I can pull up softball right quick. Okay, so let's see.
Friendliest of settings in the ball game for Torres. Find out how well he can control his heartbeat here against.
All right. Meanwhile, in softball, here's the scores right now. I do got to change that just 1 second, so bear with me. Oh no, I don't. It's still top of the 8th. Never mind. Okay. North Carolina on top of UConn, 7-6 is a softball. LSU, number 21 in the nation. Oh, by the way, the North Carolina game's on the top of the bottom of the 5th. LSU is on top of Louisiana Tech, 5-0. That game's in the 6-0. That game's on the top of the 5th. Duke, I read the Duke and Georgia Tech score, so I'm not going to read that one. You already know. Score has not changed. Auburn on top of Chattanooga, 6-0 in the bottom of the 2nd. Auburn's ranked number 20 in the nation. Missouri ranked number 8, up 5-0 on top of Bradley. Mississippi State on top. That game is in the top of the 5th, by the way. Mississippi State on top of Alcorn State, 4-0 in the bottom of the 3rd. Number 2 in the nation, Alabama. As Judge Fabian does score, as Judge Fabian comes on the wild pitch, everybody advances. So men on 3rd and 2nd, no 1 out, and now the Gators on top 8-1. Just give me 1 second. I will change that score. Like I said, number 2 in the nation, Alabama on top of Miami up Ohio, 3-1. Just I know Miami don't have a baseball team, a softball team. The Hurricanes don't. And the Gators are now in another matchup. As y'all do know, as y'all remember me saying earlier, they destroyed, but it could have been last night. I don't see. Okay, no. They destroyed Coastal Carolina 17-1. Right now, they're in a matchup with Georgia State. They're up 7-0. Let's see. South Carolina defeats Florida Gulf Coast 12-5. Oh, by the way, the Florida game's in the bottom of the 2nd, if I did not say it. Western Michigan falls to Illinois 9-0. Dartmouth falls to South Alabama 5-2. Oklahoma State defeats DePaul 4-0. Northwestern defeats Ball State 10-4. Okay, and UCF defeats Florida Gulf Coast 10-2. Texas defeats Miami of Ohio 7-6. USF defeats FAMU 9-0. Charlotte defeats Boston. I read that one about Charlotte. Washington 14-0 beat down over New Mexico State. Florida State losing in baseball and actually lost in softball. Good job, Pitt. Pitt defeats number 3 Florida State 7-5. So Gators will be number 3 at the very most, because Florida State's betting to drop. Texas A&M gets shut out by number 23 Arizona State 7-0. Louisville survives Hofstra 3-2, excuse me. And last but not least, Georgia, number 18 in the nation, runs over Appalachian State 10-2. So those are your college baseball and college softball scores up to date. Now I'm going to change the score because the Gators did add another run just now on a wild pitch. And I think the Hurricanes have officially lost their rhythm. Meanwhile, 1-1 for but at 2-1 Oh, it's this
93 to 95 was a sharp down or breaking ball.
Look.
Just a matter of can he command it. He comes into the game with 3 innings. Hadn't walked anybody coming into the game, so the command has been okay. But man, the stuff is real.
And hit it right to him, and he is going to be out.
One of the best in the business.
And that's going to retire the side, so no extra runs added. So we move on to the bottom of the 8th. Yeah, this game's essentially over. The Miami Hurricanes are not coming back. All right, let's see what's going on here. So South Carolina's up 30-21 at the half over the Kentucky Wildcats in women's college basketball. Meanwhile, over in the NBA, the Nets and the Celtics are playing right now. So let's see their score. They're on commercial, so we'll not be able to see their score. Oh, by the way, I did take down that Sixers Knicks stream that I did last Sunday. Reason being because I said I was going to lay down at halftime the rest of my head, and I was going to be back for the start of the third quarter. I didn't anticipate myself going to sleep, and that's why I fell asleep. I didn't get up to like midway through the fourth quarter. I would have kept going. It was like if the third quarter I slept for like a couple minutes, and the third quarter was just beginning. But that wasn't the case. So I just said, I don't want to I don't want to sleep through most of the half on the stream. So I just took it down. So that game don't count. So we're going to try again down the line for another NBA stream. All right, well, here's the score right here. 90-86. But this game was over with. Can you hear me show the score?
I mentioned earlier over some noise here in the building that he was taken to improve his shooting, actually bringing a basketball into his hotel room when he's on
90-86. Okay, they're about to end the third quarter. All right, enough about that. Who cares about the NBA anyway?
The game right now.
I used to play some hoops back in the day. He had the shortest shorts on the team.
I mean, there's something wrong with dinner.
All right, let's get back to the game.
I'll tell you right now.
The real game that I'm supposed to be calling. As Morales looks like he's up to bat for the Hurricanes, as we're now in the bottom 8th. Purnell's still on the mound for the Gators. And it's kind of interesting. Like the Hurricanes had like 7 or 8 pitching changes already. But the Gators only had 1. That was going from Timmy Manning to Blake Purnell. That's the only pitching change the Gators have had all game. So it goes to show that the defense is doing a really good job. You had little fuzzy moments in the third inning where the Hurricanes got a little bit of momentum going and they wind up getting the run. But other than that, Florida has been shutting down Miami, and there's nothing the Hurricanes can do about it right now. Because on top of that, just had a pop fly out, so that would be the first out of the bottom half of this inning. And maybe, just maybe, I'm not going to yes or no, but what I might do, if the South Carolina-Kentucky game is still going on, I may call that in progress if that game's still going on by the time the Florida Miami game comes to an abrupt end, which could be the case. As Kobe Halter finds Blake Purnell at first base to bait the play for the second out. So we're gonna see what happens. I'm not gonna say anything. We're gonna see what happens. But meanwhile,
hitting the pitcher on the run.
Bad throw, ball one.
That second baseman spends a lot of time doing on what baseball calls PF.
Meanwhile, Florida Gulf Coast is on top, 32 to 26 over North Florida. And the Atlantic Sun, if I read that correctly, I think that that's their championship as well. That's women's basketball, by the way. And don't disrespect women's basketball around me. Men's basketball is shit. You wouldn't disrespect around Kobe Bryant if you were still living.
Maybe aren't great at it, right?
You know you would.
Stuff's so good they don't have to worry about people being on base all that much or covering the base all that much. But most great, especially starting.
Don't disrespect the WNBA or women's college basketball.
Feel their position at a very, very high level.
You go Atlanta Dream, even though they're terrible. Even though they're a terrible team right now, this is probably going through their 15th year of rebuilding.
It's just that.
Not really, but they've been rebuilding for a couple years now. Ever since they got rid of Angel McCautry and company. Meanwhile, Blake Purnell with another K. And now we got a 3-up, 3-down inning as that strikeout retires the side. So 8th inning comes to a complete close. And we get ready for
But New York Life's product is different.
I assume I'm showing the right thing just now.
Responsibility is to be there.
But anyways, I'm going to change this to the top of the ninth because that's where we at. Like I said, this was pretty much over with. It's virtually over with. We're in the ninth. We're going to the ninth inning now.
This is our product. This is what we do.
Selling on Poshmark is crazy simple. All you have to do is post a picture, add a description, add a price, and you're pretty much good to go. Right now I'm selling Air Jordans and Nikes and Adidas, anything really performance related or style related. Yeah, I love it.
And I lost track of how many strikeouts Blake Purnell had right now. I'm pretty sure it might be one I missed. So the Gators men's basketball team will be playing Texas A&M in the tournament, March 10th at 12 noon.
If we weren't proud of the craftsmanship,
Florida didn't lose too bad against Kentucky yesterday.
Well, we probably wouldn't show you how they're made, including this part, which is our favorite. Wow. And this is also great. When you order a new frame, we custom cut and polish a pair of lenses just for you. Try 5 pairs for free at warbyparker.com.
All right, let me see. Miami. There it is.
Jamar Fairweather, come on down. You're the next pitcher on the Miami Hurricane staff here in the 9th inning.
I don't know if y'all heard that. That was too funny. He was imitating Price is Right. Jamar Fairweather, come on down. You're the next contestant on the Miami Hurricanes pitcher mound. You get my point. Anyways.
Walks have really hurt the Miami staff in this game as they did last night.
Not give me the stats. There we go.
For the next game, South Carolina and Clemson. That is currently on the ACC Network X app. We'll send you right to that one as soon as we are done here. That's game 3, of course, the Gamecocks and Tigers. Another great rivalry in the sport of college baseball. Clemson has won the first.
So too late. I was gonna post how many strikeouts he had, but
what other ACC SEC series could we get, Mike, on this weekend? We should get like Louisville, Kentucky should play this weekend, shouldn't they? Yeah.
It's the 9th inning now. It's now in progress. So.
You mentioned Georgia Tech.
That would be 4. That would be Louisville, Kentucky on this weekend. Would be
So it might be 4.
Hear me out on this, Bertie. I'm glad you
It's
brought
like
that up. Something tells me we'll be able to squeeze this in a 7-run game. 3-0 pitch to Callywell.
well, okay, it was 4. All right, it's 4. It's because I remember posting and when Cornell recorded his third strikeout, and Manning had 5 all day. So yeah, that's the third. That was just so that's Cornell's 4 on that last at bat. All right, now I can focus.
Where we would have all of these matchups at maybe dare I say a better time on the calendar. Friday, Saturday, Sunday, SEC versus ACC, Carolina, Clemson, Florida, either Florida State or Miami, take your pick, Georgia, Georgia Tech, Louisville, Kentucky. And the rest will have to find other opponents, but what would be so wrong with that idea? Well, I think it's for where we sit, I'm all in, right? For TV and for guys that are calling the games, I think the coaches in both leagues are like, wait a second, if you're going to give us a week off of our league, like, let's play somebody that we don't have to beat our head against the wall to figure out a way to win the series. Well, I mean, you would play a softer opponent now, like in February, early March, right? So these two teams would play, let's just say, a common mid-major this weekend on the calendar, and they would save this matchup for mid-April. Yeah, I hear where you're coming, and I think it would be great because there'd be more national eyes turned towards our sport. I think also, though, if you're one of these coaches, like everybody for the most part likes to play somebody really good before conference play starts, right? Just so you kind of get a better feel for where you're at. Nothing wrong with, playing some of the other schools on your schedule, but a weekend like this gives you a little more information than somebody who's not at the level of these two programs. So, while I do think I love that model of kind of going out of the conference for a weekend just to do something that's, fun, exciting, new, made for TV kind of thing, I think these coaches would still want to play somebody pre-conference that makes them feel like it's a conference weekend, Right. That's a good point. Again, I'm talking purely from a selfish point of view. Yeah.
All right. And meanwhile, I don't know who's at the bat. Looks like Derek Fabian's up. 3 balls, 1 strike.
Yeah. I think that would be a welcome change, if you will, or alteration. You still get the same 2 teams battling.
Meanwhile, South Carolina and Clemson coming up next after the Florida-Miami game. That game is now currently on the ACC Network Extra and the ESPN app if you want to watch the Battle of the Palmetto State Baseball Edition right now. Meanwhile, it's back-to-back walks for this pitcher. Oh, the Fairweather guy. And just like that, his day is done.
The SEC does not now, but it's something to perhaps chew on. I know we're going to chew on now another Miami pitching change.
I know, right?
We'll tell you about the new hurler when we come back.
All right, we're going to go to the South Carolina Kentucky game and while they do that. Unless they're still at halftime.
You might be the biggest star we've ever seen. So good. You just have desperate people who sometimes do desperate things. That's where our body's found.
You're dodging bullets.
There's evil out there.
Attraction at 9 and all new sins of the city at 10. Every true crime Monday night on TV1.
Principal Financial Group. You're watching the SEC on ESPN. Nashville, Tennessee, the site of the SEC.
Nashville, Tennessee.
This is the championship game. South Carolina, the #1 team in the nation, taking on Kentucky. And South Carolina has got a 9-point lead right now. Aaliyah Boston already double figures. Her and Zaya Cook combined to outscore Kentucky in the first half. That's 11 points, 5 rebounds for the front runner for the National Player of the Year. Courtney Lyle, Carolyn Peck, Steffi Sorensen on the sidelines for us, getting ready to crown a champion in about 20 minutes. And South Carolina started to pull ahead after Kentucky challenged them early.
Well, they were finding ways Kentucky did, or South Carolina did, of getting those paint points. 20 points of the 30 came from in the paint. Heck yeah, this is how it happened for South Carolina. When Kentucky was in that zone, then you watch. Aaliyah Boston is right here on the bottom of the screen. Against the zone, going right inside. You let the girl get 2 feet in the paint, forget about it. So then Kentucky switches, and now going man-to-man. And when that happens, you give it to Aaliyah Boston up top, and what does she have but a target? 6'7". Camila Cardoso. So the high-low action is there as well. So many different options for South Carolina.
You see the excuse me. That's easy for me to say. Shot chart here. The blue circles are the mates. You see those all packed inside the
All right, that's the game. Got the Florida in Miami. Chris Armstrong's up to bat for the Gators. He's 0 for 1 today. Got a little leeway with men on second and first with no outs. And Armstrong's going to get a hit.
That kind of day for Florida and that kind of day for Miami. This will play to pair as it just dribbles through the infield.
And that's
the Gators continue to.
That's going to bring home another run. So the Gators extend their lead to 9-1.
Playing the shift. You see the
Let's go.
Nobody on that side of second base and a little capper right through the wide open side of the field. And the Gators score one and go first to third on another one as they are
So
now pouring.
So Fabian's at third, Armstrong's at first.
That's right.
So that means Kobe Halter should be coming up for the Gators now at bat.
Now every Florida hitter is just can't grab that bat out of the rack fast enough. Blood in the water.
All right, let's go. They ain't gonna hit him.
Halter will wear it.
So now the bases are loaded. That was a quick at bat for Halter. And that's going to suck for this pitcher. I don't even know who he is. Looks like they drafted him from 1978 with the mustache he has. That sucks because guess who's coming at the bat? Judd Fabian. Don't fuck around and let her get a grand slam.
Points, flip your bat, run down the first, but like that's 90 in the rib cage, folks. That is not fun. You know, you're having a good day at the office. Your team is likely going to win the series. You've already got a couple base knocks. You really don't need that at this point. No. I don't know that you ever need 90 in the rib cage, but certainly not when you got a chance to drive in some runs. Yeah, if it's like 2-2 in the ninth and that's the bases are loaded, you win the game, taking one of the ribs. Okay. 9-1 in the ninth. That bus is already warmed up for the Gators, ready to go north on the turnpike, about a 300-mile voyage from Coral Gables to Gainesville. I wore one of the ribs my freshman year playing East Tennessee State University, and I made the mistake of going down, and I wore it from the seniors the entire trip home about how soft I was. So I made it point.
3 balls, no strikes.
I was never going down again.
Bases loaded, no outs.
That was just one of those lessons I learned early on. That okay, people are actually watching how you handle some of those situations. Right? Colby Halter handled it very well right there. And that toughness has followed you really in other facets of life, has it not? Well, I'm playing through a hangnail right now, so I definitely learned from that. 3-1 pitch, and it's ball 4.
Oh! And Fabian's going to walk.
This many batters.
That's going to bring home a run. Everybody advances. Gary Fabian comes home. Armstrong moves up to third. Halter moves up to second. Had a brain fart. Halter moves up to second, and Judd Fabian will get to first. And the Gators extend the lead to 10-1 now.
But what do we take from it, assuming Florida holds on for a game?
You mean soon Florida holds on? Florida is going to hold on. Dude, wow, that's how soon Florida holds on as if Florida's going to blow this 10-1 lead. It's over with.
A cleansing, if you will.
Excuse me.
Year to this year, a new focus, a new attitude. You go on the road. You take 2 out of 3 against the top 29 Miami team. What do we take from this overall for the Gators? Well, I'd say, you learn some things about what your club's made of after losing game 1 with your potential first rounder on the mound. You bounce back and win the next 2. That says something. But just for me personally, getting my eyes on them, I like the lineup. I obviously they've been aided today by a lot of Miami favors, but this lineup has some depth. There's some star power in the middle.
Ball 2, yeah, ball 2.
This young man right here.
Remember, no outfield.
But I think Wyatt Langford has a chance to be, one of the names that pops the most.
And Sterling Thompson's up the bat, by the way.
And he's going to get plenty of chances in behind Fabian and Thompson. Smothered on his second.
And the Hurricanes are finally going to make. The Hurricanes finally make some plays, y'all. They got them a double play, but not before not before Chris Armstrong does reach home plate to make it 11-1 in favor of the Gators.
In college baseball by his skipper Gino DeMare, and he has not disappointed here this afternoon. Not just the ability to glove that ball, but then a really accurate, quick backhand feed.
Yeah, this game, whooping their ass.
To your point of how to handle things the way Walter Moore won a moment ago in a game that's kind of gotten away from everybody. I mean, how about Patel?
I say keep pounding on if y'all choose to, but I wouldn't be mad if you're gonna get the third out right now, so we can finish them off in the bottom 9.
I wouldn't expect anything.
Do what y'all do.
From a young man who's
2 balls, no strikes. As you can start to see some of the Miami Hurricanes fans hollering out of the stadium. It's at this one blonde who's probably gonna find somewhere else to sit.
Played that way here this afternoon.
Yeah, they're piling out. They said, "The hell with this. This game over with. Why the fuck would we stick around?" Oh, it's raining. I thought I was seeing rain.
10-run game in the 9th.
Strike 2 for Langford. He is at a full count. Only one runner at third, which is Judd Fabian.
He has when he is up on the count.
No. I'll tell you about it. It's not Judd Fabian. It's Kobe Halter. And Langford wins that battle. He is going to first.
14 walks issued by this Miami staff today.
Dang, 14 runs. What the hell y'all doing?
Of course, this will not be the last regular season ACC opponent for Florida. They always take on the Florida State Seminoles. That one is spread out. First one will be on March 15th in Gainesville, and then March 29th in Jacksonville, and then April the 12th in Tallahassee. So they've kind of gone to the same model as South Carolina Clemson, the game that follows us, where you play one on each home field and then one on a neutral site.
Strike 2.
Yeah, for young guys, right? To play in a ballpark. Oh, yeah. No, and Georgia Tech used to do it like that too, kind of during the conference slate in the midweeks, and they've now moved to the pre-conference weekend series. And Florida State, you can't do both, right? You're not going to do Miami and Florida State pre-conference, I don't think. So Florida State choose to get it done in the midweek. But yeah, there's some. That's just an incredible rivalry as well. Just they handle it a little differently. I was thinking about two more teams we could put in if we were doing a pre-conference this weekend. You could throw Florida State in like Auburn or Alabama in there, right? Yeah, absolutely. That would be a good one. And then how about Tennessee, Virginia? No doubt that would be entertaining and geographically makes sense. Yeah, they share a border, right? So I mean,
who Alabama and who? Or Auburn and who?
Florida State in like Auburn or Alabama in there.
Oh, Florida State versus Auburn. No.
I got nothing for Missouri. No, I'm drawing a blank. Start getting too far west that we lose Tennessee, West Virginia. No, that's Big 12. Sorry. You start getting too far west, and you start to lose some geographical integrity with the rivalry. So we're definitely losing integrity. A&M, that's a tough one too. Try to think of either.
It's not really a neutral site because it's in the city of Columbia. I was reading over South Carolina and Clemson. They said they do like Florida and Miami with like one game at Clemson, one game at South Carolina in a neutral site. But the neutral site is in the same city as one of the colleges, and it doesn't really work in that aspect.
Let's make sure we keep it where there could be some sort of rivalry.
Meanwhile, full count. And this one is going to be pop fly out. And now the side is officially retired.
Last call for the Canes.
Hurricanes down to their final 3 outs as we roll into the bottom of the 9th. And while they do that, I'm going to scope out the Kentucky South Carolina game right quick.
Diabetes. His underhand sky serve on fire. His grilling
as my ear itches.
On point. And his A1C, Ron is on it with the once daily pill Jardiance. Jardiance not only lowers A1C, it goes beyond to reduce the risk of cardiovascular death for adults with type 2 diabetes and known heart disease. And Jardiance may help you lose some weight.
Jardiance may cause serious side effects, including ketoacidosis that may be fatal, dehydration that can lead to sudden worsening of kidney function, and genital yeast or urinary tract infections. A rare life-threatening bacterial infection in the skin of the perineum could occur. Stop taking Jardiance and call your doctor right away if you have symptoms of this infection, ketoacidosis, or an allergic reaction. And don't take it if you're on dialysis. Taking Jardiance with a sulfonylurea or insulin may cause low blood sugar.
A one-steady pill that goes beyond lowering A1C? Audit Jardiance. Ask your doctor about Jardiance.
There's a moment when we find our stride, and tomorrow belongs to us. This is the moment it all starts. It could happen if we're given the chance to play.
Welcome to Wendy's. May I take your breakfast order?
And they are showing these 13,000 commercials. So let me put the score this way. We don't got time waiting on them to tell me the damn score. They ain't come back up.
You don't work here, breakfast baconator for a 5-time All-Star player already. He didn't know that breakfast was half off in the app, so I schooled him.
I'm coming back here every March. Every single time. Choose life. Choose Wendy's. Get half off the official breakfast of March Madness when ordering.
I don't trust Wendy's. Like 42-3. We'll come back. All right, so Philip Abner, the freshman out of Charlotte, North Carolina. He is on the mound for the Gators. He is going to try to get the final 3 outs and get us out of this one with the dub.
Stars of the 2017 club from Charlotte Christian, Jackson Coar, who's a big leaguer now. And so Kevin O'Sullivan goes back up to Charlotte, North Carolina, and gets another really, really talented arm in Philip Abner. This is a physical left-hander who's got a chance to be one of the guys here in this Florida pitching staff as this year unfolds, and certainly in the future. So Sully's going to give him a chance to get out here in Coral Gables and close this game up after Blake Purnell was just outstanding in the middle part of this ball game. Maybe we'll start things off with
Here we go.
That'll be Gabby Gutierrez.
So Gabby Gutierrez is on the mound for the Hurricanes. On the plate for Hurricanes. That's at the mound. He's pitch hitting. They got some cops watching the game. They must be Gator fans. 2 balls, 1 strike. Oh, up top, 3 balls, 1 strike.
Get ready for a couple of midweek games against Jacksonville. That'll be at home, and then they'll have Seton Hall, and then there's the first Florida State matchup of the season. That'll also be a game. So they've got 5 consecutive at the new ballpark. They did a great job on that new ballpark, by the way.
Technically it's 6, not 5.
Coming for a program that certainly deserves high-level facilities based on the success of Kevin O'Sullivan. 7 World Series and a national championship. Oh, yeah. In the modern era of college baseball where there are palaces popping up all over the place, nobody deserves it more than Sully.
And Abner is going to lose Gutierrez is going to easily walk the first.
Fortunately, because obviously COVID last year, nobody was really able to get down there and see it, at least in our industry, right, in the broadcasting world. So I'm hoping, hoping to get down there and actually do a game.
You and me both, brother. I've driven by it a few times, and it looks beautiful. I actually had a chance to check out a practice while I was there for a football game, but it would be nice to be in the broadcast booth for one of those games. It's at a different part of the campus. It used to be right catty corner to the O'Connell Center, the basketball room. They moved it really on the other side of Lake Alice over there. By softball now, isn't it? Yeah. It's a great spot for it. They could have done a better job.
Come on, Abner. You're supposed to be finishing up this game. Not giving these guys hope, even though they're down 10 runs. Now you're getting booed.
They're slowly taking a trip out to the mound, trying to settle down his young pitcher here. What kind of words that was a pretty short conversation.
Yeah, notice we didn't send David Kopp out there that time because that wasn't the friendly, warm and fuzzy. What's your favorite kind of ice cream conversation? That was, hey bro, it's 11-1. The bus is revved up. Let's throw some strikes. That's what that was. Strikes. Yeah.
Yeah, throw some damn strikes, man. Get the shit over with.
Basically a two-word message with a few more adjectives thrown in there.
But this is what I love about it, Mike, because the reality is at the University of Florida, there is a dozen guys Kevin O'Sullivan could give this last name to, right? He chose Philip Abner. Now, if you don't go out there and make the most of it, the next time, he's got a choice. You're not the guy that gets the ball. And he's trying to give him a comfortable situation to go out there and have a feel-good inning to build some momentum here in his freshman year. So the inner workings, the interpersonal stuff that's going on in a situation like that, to me, is just the fascinating stuff as kids fight for opportunities and innings to prove themselves. Up the middle.
Here we go. No plays going to be made. So Miami's going to have a man on third and first with no outs. So chances are Miami's probably going to score in this inning.
That's an interesting point there, Mike. Like in today's world of so many shifts, you don't see the rolling ground ball up the middle, fine green grass as much anymore. But the second baseman Halter was nowhere in sight there.
Strike one.
Carrier, and he's had a rough series, but this is a young man you're going to hear quite a bit of this season and beyond for Miami. A highly touted freshman out of the state of Delaware. He's got a frame now, 6'5".
Ball one. Oh, straight two. Okay. What's going on, Ready Red? He said the U of F, that is. What's good, bro? Let me take that off. Yeah, Florida's putting the woodshed to Miami right now on the diamond. 1 ball, 2 strikes.
Freshman here, right? Both trying to get their coaches trying to give them opportunities to have some success.
Yeah, it doesn't seem consequential in this.
What kind of throw was? Hit the wrong time to throw a wild pitch. So Gutierrez is going to score, and the other batter going to run move up to second. I said Miami was probably going to score this inning once that happened, but I didn't think it was going to be on a wild pitch though. So Philip Abner, you just gotta relax, man. Relax. Let's get these 3 outs and let's get on the bus.
Fight for the next chance he gets to take the ball.
Don't act like this pressure. Don't act like the pressure's too big for you. Play freely. Chilling on it. You good? Yeah, I'm good. Watching this the conclusion of this game.
spike it down and into these righties.
And he lost him.
That'll be another one. And like you said, it's
So like O'Sullivan's probably gonna be making a pitching change now.
For Mr. Abner, Sully has seen enough. The Gators will make a change here in the ninth. Still up by 9 runs.
You know the beer. Oh.
Challenge.
Oh.
Well, Ryan Slater is on the mound, and if you know anything about this young man, who already has a couple of saves on the season, Pittsburgh, they're not playing around anymore. They've gone to their ace out of the pit. Yeah, no, Sully's not going to mess around with this one. Ryan Slater saved the first game of the year for Florida against Liberty, and has tacked on another one since. But redshirt freshman who, just has kind of a live arm. He's a sharp breaking ball as well.
Made it back just in time. All right, so I don't know who's in. Let me do my research. So Henry Wallen is in. Is a pinch hitter, freshman out of Miami, Florida. As far as the Gators, let me see who's on the mound. Oh, South Carolina's up 51-41 with minutes 7 seconds left in the third. Well, make it 51-42. Kentucky's on the free throw. Kentucky's shooting free throws right now, but minute 7 seconds left in the third quarter there. How many points Leah Boston has? Let me find out that too while I'm thinking about it.
Great arms on the staff. So what's the future look like for Miami?
Well, he's out of there.
The score, if you're just looking at a box score, you wouldn't think much.
Okay, she made them both. Ryan Howard? Ryan Howard. Okay. Leah Boston has 15 points, 9 rebounds, 2 assists, and she has 1 foul.
You like your 1 and 2 because they have shown the ability to make good pitches. I mean, Lincoln last night, 8 punch outs.
All right, let me find out who's up.
7 innings.
Let me find out who's on the mound right quick.
That's pretty loud
for the Gators. He did just get a strikeout just now, so we got 1 down. I mean, 1 out. 1 down, 2 to go. 1 out, 2 to go. That's what I'm trying to say. I'll get the words out.
I think the question will be is where do they find their depth? Can they hit enough at the bottom half of the order to make the other team's pitching sweat it out inning after inning?
This isn't telling me anything.
That would be my question. Of course, we saw
Oh, Josh Rivera's. Oh no, it's due out. Never mind. Ryan Slater is on the mound for the Gators. It's Ryan.
And again, it's an ACC that's loaded again this season, so nothing is going to come easy.
As A-Fizzle does get a RBI single there, So now it's 11-3 in favor of the Gators.
North Carolina, Georgia Tech. I mean, there's a lot of depth in this league again this season. Yeah, no, there's no doubt about it. Every year again.
All right, double play will end it though.
6, 7, 8 teams from the ACC in the NCAA tournament. We talked about it earlier in the show. Like some of the teams that maybe weren't projected to be in the
Ball one.
standings have gotten off to fantastic starts this year. So it'll be a battle like it is every year, and I'm sure Miami will be right in the middle of it. But I do think there's some question marks offensively with this club that I'm anxious to see how they answer some of those as the year unfolds.
Ooh, up top. 3 balls, no strikes. Do not load up the bases, man.
They've been held in check today for the most part. Burke did have an RBI single back in the third inning.
He walked him. Good grief. Come on, man.
Has been quiet.
In the damn game. What are y'all waiting on?
Like you said, the question will be,
I know 11-3, but still. In the motherfucking game.
I think that's absolutely right. And Ryan Slater not exactly doing what Sully had hoped to. Base hit a walk, and now you got to deal with Mr. Morales as the.
Hey, Grand Slam making 11-7. It'll be a ball game then.
Yeah, don't go to the card just yet. Now you start to wonder, like, what if Miami had some different performances out of the bullpen?
All right, no balls, 2 strikes. Come on, strike him out. Close.
Well, we know one thing. Dave Susie is not in a hurry. No. If you were, that's one you could say, close enough. Still calling it straight up. That was a pain slider there from Slater. There is.
Got him. Got him.
I tell you, one of the most
2 down, 1 to go.
sequences that happens between the batter and the hitter. And you got to give Sully credit for calling that pitch. So often when the hitter takes a pitcher's best breaking ball just off the plate, the hitter in their mind thinks, okay, I just took his best breaking ball. He's going to throw me something different. And if the pitcher comes back with it, he'll almost always get a swing at this. When you think about it there, Mike, that was a worse breaking ball than the one before. Yet Morales waved at it. So what changed? The only thing you can say is it's his approach.
All right, 1 ball, 1 strike. Looks like Romero's up the bat for the Hurricanes. He is the last hope for the Hurricanes as of now. Bases are still loaded. 2 outs. Pop fly. This could be it. No, it's not. It's going to be foul. So now the Hurricanes are down to their last strike as well.
Slater 1 strike away.
Finish, Ryan. Foul ball.
Do it again. 1 ball, 2 strikes.
Ooh, way off. 2 balls, 2 strikes. They got the catcher caught that because that would have been a wild pitch. That would bring home another run for the Hurricanes. That's ball game. Ryan Slater with the strike 3, and we are done here. Final score: Florida Gators 11, Miami Hurricanes 3. So with that being said, the Gators was able to do something that Georgia and South Carolina didn't do. let's hold it down for the SEC. So you're welcome, SEC. Gators did it for you. We held the dignity for the conference.
Chris, a fantastic performance by you, my friend. Always enjoy working with you. Thank you so much, and thank you everybody tuning in. You got it. See you soon. We'll see you next time on the ACC Network. We send you right now to Clemson, South Carolina. Tigers.
What a game!
Hitting that spot a lot to left-handers today.
And welcome to Clemson, South Carolina.
Meanwhile, they switch us over to Clemson.
Tigers and Gamecocks. One out at a base knock
Between that was the Palmetto State. Clemson undefeated at 10-0. I'm surprised they're not ranked. South Carolina comes here with a 7-3 record. They're in the bottom of the second, 1 out, 2 on base.
Between South Carolina and Clemson, Tigers are undefeated on the season. Translation: they've won the first 2 in this series against their arch rival, Roddy Jones, Roy Philpott on site, loving every minute of it. It is 75 degrees. The weather could not be better for early March.
And absolutely could not be better for any time of year. And this is what it's all about.
With that being said, good game by the Hurricanes. I mean, not Hurricanes. Definitely not a good game by the Hurricanes. Good game by the Gators, is what I was trying to say. Way to salvage the series. Take 2 of 3. Now, load up them buses, get on back to Gainesville, turn up tonight, rest up tomorrow. Let's get ready for Jacksonville in the 2-game set Tuesday and Wednesday. Then, like I said, Seton Hall next weekend. And then the 1 game with Florida State in Gainesville before the Gators have to leave Gainesville yet again in 2 weeks when they travel to Tuscaloosa, take on Alabama. Meanwhile, Popeye out there for the Gamecocks. They're trying to at least get this inning without giving up a run to Clemson. Let's see what happens.
Got a leadoff double in the first inning, Dylan Brewer. Back-to-back strikeouts.
Benjamin Blackwell, the junior, out of Fairfax, Virginia. He is now on. He is not at the plate for Clemson. He don't like Dabo Sweeney a little bit. This guy does.
Worked himself out of 2 somewhat sticky situations.
Could be his nephew.
Red transfer out of Dayton. Redshirt junior out of Fairfax, Virginia. And the first pitch in the dirt to the backstop.
Ooh, bad pitch. That's going to advance some runners. Especially with runners on third and second now. Third and second, not third on second.
On the wild pitch.
Go down as a wild pitch. Maybe Thomas Record was a little mixed up behind the plate.
We're going to go to South Carolina, Kentucky momentarily. Let's at least get out the second inning here in Clemson.
Base hit will give the Tigers.
Because baseball is fun. Not just like watching it. And I prefer it over basketball anyway.
First team all A-10 selection a season ago at Dayton. We've heard a lot of conversations about his leadership combined with Tyler Corbett coming in from the Citadel, middle part of Clemson's infield. 2 hits this weekend.
Ooh, down low. 3 balls, no strikes.
A really nice block by Lee Coy. Keeping that body in front, knocking the ball down, deadening it. He was Blackwell at the plate. He's done a really nice job through the course of his career. Got a great feel for the barrel of the bat. It's going to be a tough out.
Hitter half knee high with a fastball at 90 makes it 3-1. It's 3-2 Clemson Friday night, 10-2 Tigers last night. Both games in Columbia.
All right, here's the next pitch.
Blackwell 346 batter this season in the dirt.
And it looks like Blackwell's going to go to first, and now the bases are loaded for Clemson. Clemson with a chance to do some damage here.
First walk issued by
Still 0-0 in the bottom of the second. I'm not putting that score up there because we're not going to be here long.
Right in the ground, Lee Coy. Oh, got him on the hand and in the mask. Double trouble right there. Lee Coy getting the start.
Well, that's the South Carolina Kentucky game ends before we got the second inning, then that'll be a different story.
of course, kind of settled into that Sunday catcher role. The bases loaded, you're going to get a trip to the mound.
Well, a good start for Gilreath, all things considered. Justin Parker in his first season as South Carolina's pitching coach will talk things over. You see his 38 pitches thus far. And remember the leadoff double by Dylan Brewer is a play that probably should have been made by the left fielder, Carson Hornick.
I would say so far, I mean, despite the even ball strike ratio, Josh Gilreath's been pretty solid so far. I mean, the double that he gave up in the first inning.
Here we go.
Out. Other than that, Clemson's done a nice job a couple of times. The Ferry hit was certainly one that was hard, but it's been sort of the self-inflicted wounds. You get sort of an unfortunate hit by pitch when you hit a guy on the back foot. Other than that, he's been able to work around it other than the walks.
Now a chance for some major damage.
Let's see what Clemson does with the bases loaded.
Benjamin Blackwell at
Let's see what South Carolina does with 2 outs.
No room for Dylan Brewer on the base pass for Carolina. And a first pitch
Strike one.
Off speed on the outer half.
Really nice job starting off an off-speed pitch. All right. Late break over the outside corner to a guy Dylan Brewer who struggled so far this series.
1 for 9, that only one coming back in the first inning.
Oh, there's a dinger. Is it going to be deep enough? No, it's not going to be deep. It's going to be playable. And they're going to make the catch. That's the left fielder with the catch. And that's going to retire the side. So South Carolina gets out of a jam. And it's still 0-0 after 2. So now let's see what's going on with their women's college basketball team over here in Nashville, Tennessee. Bridgeport Arena, I guess home of the Predator Stadium.
That's Batman and Robin for Kentucky. Ryan Howard has 16 points. Dre Edwards has 17. If one of those two catch fire in these last 7 minutes, that really brings.
I got 7 minutes left in this game.
Kentucky, and I believe could make this thing real interesting.
And it's 57-47 in favor of the South Carolina Gamecocks. So I'm going to put that score up here.
South Carolina's largest lead has been 15. Howard's trying to post up on Brissett. Dre Edwards fires self for 3. Bottom of the net for Dre Edwards.
Oh, this is
Dre
right
Edwards
there.
has got that look. They're not going to go down without a fight. And with Kentucky's ability to shoot the 3, this game is far from over. So Kentucky has gone back to packing the paint. 5 seconds.
Ooh, 5 seconds.
Oh, and that's on Dre Edwards, though. That's her 4th.
Uh-oh. That's not good, Dre. You gotta get it together.
Coach Cal is
Hey.
the run. Kentucky's off, but this is crucial for Dre Edwards to have to go to the bench with 4 fouls. This happened yesterday. She got a foul called and then got a technical call, and she had to go take a seat. And Kyra Elsie and she had a conversation about how important it was for Dre to be able to stay on the floor. So when do you put her back in the game?
In about 1 minute.
Penny, corner. Depends on if Treasure Hunt down. Can she fill the role of Robin for the Kentucky Wildcats? She's definitely a scorer. Dre Edwards can score. She's also an excellent rebounder. Not on the floor right now for Kentucky with those 4 fouls.
Somebody said, go on.
Walker to Massengill. It's a late shot clock again for Kentucky. Swatted. Camila Cardoso. Told us that Ole Miss made their run in the semifinals yesterday. She said we got away from our style of play. We have to be disciplined to stay in our style of how we want this game to be. And their number one part of their style
is that they've got to defend. You've got to defend, and then you have to be disciplined to execute offensively. Can't allow a second chance opportunity because showtime, prime time, Robin Benton. She helps out Kentucky to chip away at this lead. Kentucky heating up from 3. 10-3 run. South Carolina just has 5 points in the fourth quarter. Make it 7. Leah Boston on a mission.
God damn it. Come on, y'all start scoring right quick.
Boston with their first 20-point game since February 3rd against Alabama. That was 9 games ago.
All right. Now you can see me score now. All right, now I got it up there.
Stepped around the South Carolina defense.
I did. They're not giving me a chance to call this game.
See Hunt play golf, reveal. Who will take that shot?
All right, 4.5 minutes left in the game. Rebound by the Gamecocks. Another offensive rebound. Gamecocks up by 7. Pass it to Boston. They don't leave. Who the passing it to there, girl?
Things are getting heated. The championship on the line. South Carolina up, but here comes Kentucky.
So it's going to be a good one.
It'll hang up just enough for Kate Grice to make the play. Back to first goes LeCroy.
Yeah, I'm definitely going to end this stream after this game go off. I'm getting hungry. It's going on 4 hours since I started the stream anyway. And if I started on time, it would have been 4 hours and 17 minutes. So we'll come back just one moment. Because they make sure like 15,000 commercials before they get back to the game.
And that's good if you're a fan of the
So we'll go back to Clemson for 1 millisecond. As they're in the top of the third. And it's like they're going to get the double. No, they're not. Same situation as Florida, you know. Dude was off the base. Had no chance to play for the double play. They did get the lead off man at second, so I'm pretty sure they'd rather have that one.
Delivers the second. Corbett throw just off. He was going to have to be perfect. As well, a good athlete out of the box.
All right, so that's 2 outs for Clemson, for the Gamecocks, excuse me.
Scoreless game here in the top of the third inning. We will touch base with both coaches today. Mark Kingston will be up with us first, as a matter of fact. And here's Braylon Weber. 0 for 10 this weekend. I must feel like he's due to get something going. This robust average coming in.
He certainly
I'm ready.
will get it going at some
the
point
legs.
during the year. And you have to think with a guy like that, a guy who's done as much as he has, certainly this season, but also over the course of his career, he's always due.
Go! Strike one. Ball one. I thought it was going to strike one.
He missed the zone with this.
All right, let's see. They're back on. Nope, not yet.
Seriously, before it can change the world, it has to change yours. The all-electric Volkswagen ID4.
You guys ready for this madness?
Sorry.
And it's only going to continue to grow.
All right. Can we get back to the game now?
Fourth quarter of this SEC championship game. It has been a 12-7 run by Kentucky. First, Dre Edwards, then Robin Benton knocking down the three. Treasure Hunt coming back into the ball game. The Wildcats
Benny,
going away. They are staying to the end. They want to cut down some nets.
South Carolina just those 7 points in this fourth quarter with a championship on the line. Both of these teams want to leave here with some hardware. We're seeing that extra fight in Kentucky as they has trailed by as many as 15. Today it would be their second SEC championship in school history, the first since 1982. Meanwhile, South Carolina has dominated this tournament, seeking their 7th tournament title in the last 8 seasons.
Well, okay. Ryan Howard gets it done.
Here we go. Take over a game. We're going to see the 2 stars step up big. I can imagine that Leah Boston, the key has got to be for South Carolina to go right there.
Oh, bad shot. Rebound by Kentucky.
Was there a foul in there?
They're going the other way.
Yeah, we're called.
I saw Leah Boston, and I don't really know the rest of these women's name on the on either side of the on either side.
Has been key, and it's a sport for Kentucky coming off the bench.
So I'm trying to pull it up right here on my laptop. That way I can at least know the names of the women who making the shots, and that's going to be out of bounds. And it's going to be South Carolina ball.
Ryan Howard stepping up big, right in time, not just shooting from the perimeter, but going against the big post players of South Carolina. She gets by Cardoso, goes at Aaliyah Boston and gets the finish.
Defense.
Zaya Cook with the basketball for South Carolina. Cook has 15 minutes, 2 players in double figures. You can probably guess who the other one is. That would be Boston.
Absolutely. Now, this is where Cardoso has got to expand her game.
That chick is tall.
If she can get a consistent jumper from there.
5 seconds.
She's looking around Lisa Leslie. Got to throw it up. She got up barely in time. It's going to be Kentucky ball.
Tough shot for Henny and gets the ball. Oh, it says in that huddle for Kentucky and Courtney, if there's ever an indication of how dominant Aaliyah Boston is, the first 2 minutes, the players huddled around them, how they can
Like 2.5 minutes left. Is that works? Nope, she misses it. Rebound. But it looks like we have a foul on the play. She's pissed. Number 12 from Kentucky, she is pissed. Oh, no wonder why she's pissed. They called her for a foul. She's like, wait a minute, I didn't foul any fucking. What the hell are you talking about? Anyways. Yeah, you gotta let her play. It's the championship. Don't decide any games, refs. Boston kicks back. This is the one. Missed it. Who's gonna get the rebound? Okay, Kentucky with the rebound. One the other way. 2 minutes left. Who wants it more? That's the Edwards. She's gonna roll it. Oh, Boston says, get that out of here. So you get nothing around here.
I like the fight. I like the idea. That's a great idea for Dre Edwards to take it, but Aaliyah Boston, she had other ideas.
All right, Kentucky gets the ball back. Edwards goes in. Oh, nice layup by Edwards. And Kentucky is now down by 3. It's going to be interesting final 2 minutes in this game. Kentucky is not going away without a fight. And Don Staley will call a timeout there for South Carolina. There's going to be a 30-second timeout.
There's no quit in Kentucky no matter what happens.
Let me tell you, don't allow getting your shot blocked to break your confidence. Stay in it. Stay after it.
She's like, block that, Aaliyah.
She gets the finish. She believes.
What's changed for Kentucky as they've made this run? They have held South Carolina to 7 points in the 4th quarter.
You know, I don't think anything has necessarily changed. I think that Kentucky has just been reminded of the confidence that they got the last time they played South Carolina. That's the mentality they have kept with they have gone on this 9-game win streak. That is what the mentality of Kentucky was when they came to Nashville, Tennessee. Kyra Elsie just reminded them what this business trip is all about.
For South Carolina, how do you regroup?
You have to continue to go to Aaliyah Boston. You got to take care of the basketball. South
They don't always got to go to Aaliyah, though. They, you know, her teammates just got to step it up. That's all. Put that tall chick back in. Oh, she isn't. Okay, never mind. I always say put that tall chick back in. But I see, oh! And she's going to miss out, and they're going the other way. Kentucky with a chance to tie it up. Is everyone going to do it? She's going in. She's going in. Oh, she went for the layup. Another one. Oh, snap. What a game, man. Like, I came in at the right time, B. One minute.
Run for Kentucky and Aaliyah Boston with the basketball.
Oh, and, oh, she got, oh, it's Kentucky ball? Oh, it's Kentucky ball. Hey, that's Tyler Perry in the stands. Like, yeah, do the thing, girls. Do your thing. And number 12, like, okay, that's Treasure Hunt. He's like, yeah, you better get that right. Gonna call a foul on me for no reason. You call it their ball, we gonna be in the parking lot after the game if we lose.
So you're down one. If this is Kentucky ball, and it should be. They're confirming it now with the monitor.
43.9 seconds left in the game. They're reviewing to see whose possession will it be. Looks like it's gonna be Kentucky's ball if I see correctly. It would be apropos this game do go to overtime, but I don't anticipate it happening though.
She is not intimidated and going against a player with the size of Aaliyah Boston, but she's ready to compete. She is answering the call for Kentucky.
Again, confirming the possession. They originally called it for Kentucky. After review, it is indeed black ball. So they confirmed it will be Kentucky basketball.
All right, it's Kentucky's basketball now.
For determining the SEC tournament champion.
For South Carolina as they
Yep. Yeah, number 5 was the last person to touch it too. Yep, so it's Kentucky ball. Careful, John. Don't hit that lady behind you now. I know you was talking like you was about to hit the lady behind you.
they need to rebound the heck out of the basketball.
It was the fourth quarter in the last meeting against South Carolina where Kentucky flipped the switch. They won 9 straight after that loss to South Carolina. And they've got they're just 1 point away from catching up to the Gamecocks.
It's okay, Dawn. Don't be nervous over there, girl.
Ryan Howard back to Edwards.
We have Aaliyah Boston guarding away from the basket.
All right, Kentucky trying to hold on for the last shot. Well, they can't hold on for the last shot. I'll take that back. Oh, stolen. Kentucky lost some basketball there, and South Carolina scoops it up. 18.3 seconds. So, interesting to see what Kentucky's game plan gonna be now. Oh, I was wrong earlier. That was not the tall chick. That was a different chick. Wait, if they put that tall chick back in, they go ahead and wrap this thing up.
Try to not let the ball come in bounds. Once it does, then you've got to go for that steal.
16-16, Suns and Bucks.
You have to foul. Put South Carolina at the free throw line. South Carolina, a 67% free throw shooting team.
Right now it's 18.3 seconds left. It has been Kentucky that has taken over in the fourth quarter, outscoring South Carolina 18-7.
Also, Kentucky, they have two timeouts left. I've got to believe right now that they're thinking, okay, first 5-second call, going for the steal. If they don't get the steal, they got to foul right away. They cannot allow the time.
If you don't steal, who do you foul? Don't foul Leah Boston. I think South Carolina's going to try. God damn, Don, really? She just immediately called timeout for no reason. I was gonna say, you know, if I'm South Carolina, I'll get it to Leah's hands. If I'm Kentucky, I hope they don't put it in Leah's hands, you know, put it in somebody else's hands.
Hey, if you like this, we're not done. Rolling on later today with 2 more women's title games on ESPN2 coming up at 4 Eastern.
Now I gotta go watch NASCAR after this.
Championship. We'll cap the
I gotta root on my guy Chase Elliott.
On ESPN2. For this championship right now, we got a 1-point ball game here in Nashville.
Don Staley just had to learn her last time out, unable to get the ball in. Kentucky did its job. What they were trying to do was get a 5-second call. Save defense again for Kentucky. They're trying not to allow the ball to come inbound. And if South Carolina gets the ball inbound, then Kentucky needs to.
Now that put fourth quarter.
They want to make Kentucky shoot the free throws and then make.
Oh man, you put fourth quarter.
Free throws, and I can only imagine that Kyra Elson with the 2 timeouts get the rebound or get the ball out of bounds and call timeout and advance the basketball so that she can get her offense set on her side of the floor. The thing that Kentucky has done so well coming into this tournament, shoot the 3 ball. So even if South Carolina were to hit their 2 free throws, hey, look, Kentucky, they got an offensive weapon in their pocket.
Yeah, Kentucky has shot 42% from behind.
All right, see what happens now. Still South Carolina's possession. 18.3 seconds left. Gotta get it in. One more timeouts. And Kentucky gets a quick foul.
Clock reads 16.4.
So, number one, okay, Zaya Cook, that's just said it right there. She's 2 for 4 for the free throws today. Normally she's 74% this season. Pivotal. She missed it. She has to relax. She doesn't look relaxed out there. Like, she feels pressured. I can tell by the look of her. I can tell by her facial expression. She looks pressured. If she misses them both, not good for South Carolina. Kentucky with a chance to win it now. And now Leah Boston is going to commit a foul.
Because you don't have your defense set, and he talked about how well Kentucky can shoot the 3. It's a 1-point game. And Kentucky is not yet in the bonus.
Yeah, I was going to say that Kentucky with a chance to win it now because shot clock is off. And they're going to burn their 4th timeout with 1 left.
It's 11.1 seconds on the clock. Kentucky has the basketball, the championship on the line.
The thing that I've got to imagine is that Kentucky is going to.
The head coach like, shut up, you old hag. I got this. Wait down, the head coach. Yeah, she's like, y'all shut up. Let me handle this. Because you lose, I'm gonna make all y'all run laps. Not the girls, but the assistant coach is trying to get her way. Like, all right, let me talk to the girls now so we can win this game. Call the inevitable. We get in this tournament. You know, we're probably gonna go home in round of 32 if we do get in the tournament.
They're going to have to make sure that they defend and they can foul. They still have. They have 2 fouls to give before. They have 3 fouls to give before they can put Kentucky would get to the free throw line.
There's a tall chick. Yeah, put her in the game.
Fury for Kentucky is a Ryan time here. She got 18 points.
Just making shots, making decisions, getting back
nice.
to
Okay.
being the
All right, I see you, Ryan.
For the Wildcats.
Yeah, if I'm the Kentucky head coach, I don't know her name, but if I'm her, I'll make sure they find a way to put it in on Ryan Howard's hands or Edwards. They've been playing really good since I've been scoping out the game. South Carolina just got to play. They just got to play defense at this point and force a bad shot. That's the only hope right now. All right, gotta get it that word. So oh, there you go. There's that word. Oh, oh my God. Oh my God. Uh-oh. They got to throw it up. No. Kentucky pulls off the upset on South Carolina. The Wildcats, the female Wildcats are that 2022 SEC champions. What a comeback by Kentucky. They did not quit. They didn't give up. Edwards and Ryan Howard played hard in the fourth quarter. They did it. I hate it for Don Staley and Aaliyah Boston and company. But this is a good win for Kentucky. A great win for Kentucky. But it's all good. South Carolina's pretty much still going to be number one team. Going to have a number one ranking. I think they'll probably still win it all. But I gotta get the Lady Wildcats their props. So they deserve this win. Man, that was crazy, man. Crazy last couple minutes. And the coach is so emotional right now.
Such a big shot.
Nice shot, Dre. Nice shot.
Hey, they told me to shoot it. They was gonna give me the ball. Anybody that was open was gonna shoot it. If I was open, and I let it go.
I don't know if she drinks, but when she get back to Lexington, somebody need to buy her a beer, buy her a drink or her choice. And if she doesn't drink, somebody, if they see her at a restaurant, somebody need to buy her dinner in Lexington. Like, just buy her dinner, or like whatever she wants is somebody. It needs to be on them, not her. And that was good, man. That was a good game.
Talked about the adversity that this team has been through. That has toughened them up. They have had the resiliency.
Now I was saying, like, they need to put the ball in Howard or Edwards' hands, and they did just that. And South Carolina just did not have anything to respond with defense-wise.
1982 was the last time and the only time Kentucky has won the conference tournament title.
And that was amazing.
In her second season, just got it done.
Kyrie Elsie just got the Wildcats and Ryan Howard her first SEC tournament championship.
There was a conversation mid-season with Ryan about letting the pressure go. Your legacy is set. Whatever you do is just extra. Well, guess what? This tournament championship, that's extra for Kentucky. A last-second shot, an upset in Nashville. Dreams coming true in the Music City. Kentucky knocks off number one South Carolina. The title going back to Lexington.
Man.
For Austin FC, the age of adventure has arrived. With the uncertainty of an expansion season behind them, they've harnessed the energy of a partisan home crowd to turn the Q2 into a fortress. With Sebastian Triussi, the prompter and protagonist in chief. For Inter Miami, it's an age of austerity. The glamour of their
man, I'm amazed. That was a great game, man. I can't wait to watch the highlights tonight. I'm gonna try to watch the highlights. But yeah, I'm going to end this. I appreciate everyone who scoped it out. I am kind of worn out. I'm not really worn out. I'm just ready to eat. So yeah, I did my diligence for today. So Let me finish typing this up. But yeah, y'all be easy. I'm gonna get up out of here. So until next time, A-Fizzle signing out. Let's go Gators. Gators baseball team make me proud today. 11-3 victory over the Hurricanes. And before I leave, let's see what's going on with the softball team right quick. As y'all do know, the softball team has 2 games today. The first game was against Coastal Carolina, excuse me. Coastal Carolina destroyed them 17-1. It wasn't even a contest. And I think the second game, please don't give me the line. Let me see what the second game was. It's February. Georgia State. Okay, here we go. And they won the second game, 8-0 over Georgia State. That game wound up going to 5 innings. Florida did most of their damage in the second inning, putting up 7 of their 8 runs there. And that's that. Softball team gets a week off before they get into conference play next weekend. They will be they'll be kicking off conference play against Mississippi State. That game was in Gainesville. And then you got Texas A&M the weekend after in College Station. And then Tennessee at home. And then Auburn. Now, in between, after the Mississippi State game, you got 1 game with Stetson. And then you go to Aggie Land to take on the Aggies. And then you got a second game. And that Stetson game is on the road, by the way. Then you got a second game with Stetson. That game is at home. And then you got Tennessee in the 3-game set. And then you got UCF at home. And then they come to Auburn. So, let's see. So, Florida State. No, they already played Florida State once this year. I'm trying to see something. I don't know if they played Florida State yet. Okay, they played Florida State after the Auburn series. And that game was at home. And then they got Alabama at home. And then so it's not like baseball where they get a neutral site game. So they get 1 in Gainesville, 1 in Tallahassee. So yeah, but that's gonna do it for me. I'm gonna watch the NASCAR now. So y'all be easy. So this time I'm out. Holla at y'all later.